Call to order Jefferson County Commission meeting Thursday, April 2nd. It's 9:30 a.m. Our tradition in Jefferson County is we start with God and country. If everybody could please join me in a brief moment of silence. Thank you. And now the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. And now the West Virginia pledge that is located in your packet. I pledge allegiance to the flag of West Virginia, which stands as a constant reminder that mountaineers are always free, which stands as a symbol of her majestic mountains, fertile forests, rich veins of coal, and the pride of her people. We'll proceed to the consent agenda. Is there any objection to approval of minutes from the March 19th regular commission meeting? The draft minutes are available online. Without objection, those are approved. Accounts payable, March 19th and 26th. Without objection, those are approved. Manual checks, March 19th and March 27th. Without objection, those are approved. Payroll, March 27th. Without objection, that is approved. Requisitions, April 2nd. Without objection, that is approved. Approval of hires. Do we have a change to the agenda, Ms. Dillo? I think there is a change to the consent agenda, approval of hires. And I will need somebody to read the correct item into the agenda, and that could be county administrator or our director of HR.
Correct. So we are looking at the approval of hire, and so it's approval of one, not two firefighter EMTs.
Okay, there's also approval of promotions, post probationary increases and correction of clerical errors, and approval of a correction of clerical error. Is there any objection to those approvals as amended? Hearing none, we'll move on to announcements. Draft minutes are included in the meeting packet. Draft meeting minutes are often also available separately online. That's at jeffersoncountywv.org. The spending that we all approved, y'all should know, that's available online at wvcheckbook.gov. And our spending syncs on a daily basis. A complete list of publicly available information and tutorials on using the site are available online. Are there any changes to the agenda other than the consent agenda change?
No,
County
sir.
Administrator. All right, great. Public comment. We have only 3 people signed up, so that's not going to take us to 15 minutes. Everybody has 3 minutes to go ahead. If you haven't spoken at one of our meetings before, the way we do it is we have a 3-minute time limit per speaker. And at 2 minutes and 50 seconds, as a courtesy, I'll make this noise, which will remind you that you have about 10 seconds left. And then 3 minutes, I'll do this and then move on to the next speaker. Our first speaker is Michael Dick. And the next speaker after that is David Tabb. If the next speaker could come up to the alternate podium. Michael Dick, you have the floor. And I'll just start the timer whenever you start talking. And if you could stand up at one of these podiums here, I didn't clarify that earlier. Sorry about that. If you prefer to sit, that's perfectly fine, but those podiums are available for public speaking.
My name is Michael Dick, and I live in Summit Point, West Virginia, and I am interested in filling a position with planning and zoning.
Those interviews won't take place until 11 o'clock.
Well, they told me to sign in, so I
Okay,
went ahead and signed the paper. So I'm going to stay.
Okay.
So I relinquish the floor to somebody else.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is David Tabb, and after that is Colin Stein. Mr. Tabb, floor is yours.
David Tabb, lifelong resident taxpayer. Make the following comments. The town hall meeting appears to be a county commission agenda item anymore. The county commission takes up 85% of the time to tell the public what the county commission is doing and why they're going to like it. Well, on March 19th, 2026, so-called town meeting was going great until a person asked a question. Why wasn't the public notified in the budget of the cost of the county complex? Well, we took a 180-degree turn there, and now it became a county commission meeting, and that was the end of that. Before the current county commission took over, I was under the impression that the town hall meetings were about public needs and discussions, and the elected officials were to address the community's concerned, not the other way around. Fire Protection Fund, it appears that the governor's office is now MIA on this subject matter. It's just sad that the county is trying to take money and change it for its intended use, which is the volunteer fire company. Just like the repair and building fund for $20 million that was taken from the current county properties to purchase the county complex. That's why the current county commission buildings are in such bad condition. It was also spoken at the town hall meeting that there was some $90 million proposal for a new county complex. So why did the county need to steal $20 million from its intended use when it still had $55 million in reserve from previous proposals? Data centers, water. It appears the state legislature, along with the governor, has given away Jefferson and Berkeley County's water resources to data centers. Once again, the public had and has no say. It also appears that the public at large, if they run out of water, there will be no recourse back on the data centers or the state. I will ask the question again. Who's getting the money from the data centers? Budget, March 20th. I was invited to do a presentation. It appears that the county commission doesn't know how much space they have on their build out. And I was asking for space for 2 elected officials from the conservation district. And then I got interrogated. It was pretty bad. Had one commissioner stood up and said, "This has gone too far. We need to shut it down." And I appreciate that. Also, Mr. Lutz with the Conservation District also has been asking for agenda time. I would hope that in the future that the county commission would allow that time so they would know more about the Conservation District and how it operates, where they get the money and how much they deal with.
Gentleman's time has
Again-
expired. Our
again,
next
thank
speaker
you
is
for your
Dr.
time.
Colin Stein. Mr. Tab, we will not be giving office space to people to come to our meetings who give Nazi salutes in this chamber. It's totally outrageous, and your comments are outrageous yet again. Our next speaker is Dr. Colin Stein. Keep your Nazi salutes at home.
I second that.
Excuse me?
You heard it.
I have not saluted you.
Don't come back here and continue to ask space for people who come to meetings and give Nazi salutes in Jefferson County. No, the answer is no. Move on. Keep moving. Dr. Stein, floor is yours.
Three minutes and he leaves. You don't know much about what's going on if you only come for 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, what?
Go ahead, Dr. Stein, floor is yours.
I was with COVID and then a severe accident on my part. I've not paid as much attention to the traffic in front of my house or front of my farm as I often had in the past. I have noticed that the trucks that are going by are getting increasingly large. And that has one problem, that our culverts and bridges on county roads aren't any stronger than they were. There is a 5-ton limit on several places where the streams go under the road. If one of those collapses, it's a huge problem. We need to be strict about regulating the weight of trucks. And it's not just one truck, right? The truck isn't like a hammer hitting a nail. One truck doesn't make the difference. It's that you have many trucks that are too big that keep hammering the culverts, and eventually the culverts are going to give up. And then we have to come up with money and ways to fix it. The other thing that trucks represent is toxic chemicals, right? Vinyl chloride is a terrible toxic chemical. but it gets carried on the trucks. If there's an accident, there was an accident on a truck in Maryland and West Virginia that my children were stuck behind. That closed the interstate, sent people in a U-turn to go off on some little road to try and get there because the toxic chemical was in the truck that had the accident. We need to somehow limit or tax, and I would suggest taxing toxic chemicals so that if there is a toxic spill in Jefferson County, there's some emergency fund that can provide some relief to those people who are affected by that toxic spill. That's all I've got to say at this point. Hey, Tasha. I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes our public comment. First on the agenda, we have the assessor, Angie Banks, exonerations. Assessor Banks, thanks for being here. We are on pages 13 and 14 of your packet.
I just have one exoneration and I believe you all have a copy.
Chair would like to hear a motion to approve as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Moved by Stolper, seconded by Mood. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Assessor.
you.
Next, we have Years of Service Awards. Lynn Dillo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am Lynn Dillo. I am here as the Clerk of Administration for the County Commission and Human Resources. And good morning. Today we are honored to recognize and celebrate the dedicated employees of the Jefferson County Commission who have reached important milestones in their years of service. Each year represented reflects commitment, professionalism, and a continued investment in serving our community. Your hard work supports the daily operations of the county and contributes to the growth and success that we see all around us. On behalf of the Jefferson County Commission, thank you for your service and congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. Our first award is presented to Monica Bennett with 25 years of service with the Jefferson County Assessor's Office.
Wow. That's terrific.
That's longer than most prison sentences. Thank you.
Our second award goes to Matthew Armel with 15 years of service with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, and he's unable to attend today.
Let's give a round of applause for 15 years. That's fantastic.
Our next award is presented to Diane Brown with 10 years of service with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Tax Office.
All right.
Next, our award goes to Spencer Frazier with 5 years of service with the Jefferson County IT Department.
All right. I think it's nice.
Next is Leslie Gremmel with 1 year of service with the Engineering Department.
All right, Leslie.
And we have Richard Lewis with 1 year of service with Fleet and Facilities.
Hey, all right, Richard.
Next, we have Eric Gunther with 1 year of service with Fleet and Facilities. I don't think he's here today. And then lastly, Dixie Sturm with 1 year of service with the Prosecuting Attorney's Office.
All right. Would you all say, we'd like to say thank you and shake your hand if you could stay with us for a second for a photo.
All right, looking over here first. We're gonna have all kinds of people taking the photo.
Congratulations.
Next on our agenda, we have Nikki Painter, County Clerk's Office. We are on pages 15 through 33.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Commissioners. So we'll start with the first item that is outside of the probate portion. So it's number 5 listed on
Okay. that
my
works.
portion. It's to add precinct 27C to the 2026 primary election. So we were notified on March 18th by the Secretary of State's office that those of you that are familiar with the boundary correction that we had to do between the Berkeley County and Jefferson County line and the several developments that had some confusion there where the state had the line different. There was a court order that was entered to correct that line. However, we cannot change their delegate district. So we have them in the correct county, but they had to stay with the 97th delegate district. So we had to create like a very small precinct of 38 affected voters. They will, yeah, but thank goodness, Senate bill that was introduced to take care of the municipalities being added to our ballot allowed for the creation of kind of a sub precinct. So they will use the same poll workers, vote at the same location, but the programming on the back end will make sure that they get the correct delegate district ballot. But they still have to be considered a separate precinct. So that's the creation of the precinct 27C. This is just a notification to the commission. And to the public. This is not something that is an actionable item for the commission to vote on.
Okay, and I guess the only question I have is, do those, I think you said 38 voters, do they need to be notified? And have you done that?
They have already been notified and new cards have been sent out.
Excellent, thank you.
Yep.
We
Okay,
get-
so now you have to convene as the fiduciary review board.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Stolper, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Keys. All those in favor of convening as a fiduciary review board indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We are convened as a fiduciary review board.
Okay, the first item is to close the estate of Mary Gruber. Her estate was quickly opened by this commission on March 5th to gain access to a safety deposit box. The access was gained and the box was empty, so the estate needs to be reclosed now at this time. No further assets were found.
I'll move to close the estate of Mary M. Gruber.
Second.
Moved by Stolper, seconded by Mood. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, the second item is the list of estates opened and accountings and waivers of final settlement received since February of 2026. We do have a small change in that. We need to remove Frank Care from that motion. His estate found out-of-state assets, so he cannot close that, or his administrator cannot close that estate yet. So as presented, to approve those as presented, removing Frank Care.
Frank Care. I'll move to approve the list of estates open, accounting and waivers of final settlement received since March 2026 with the removal of Frank Care.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Stolper and seconded by Commissioner Hepestay. Is there any discussion on this? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the commission received a petition to appoint Patricia Porter Hubbard as administratrix CTA for the estate of Lorraine H. Poe. And it was submitted by Ms. Hubbard's counsel. So this is an estate, and typically we would, our recommendation would refer this to a fiduciary commissioner. However, this is something that's pretty straightforward that I think doesn't need to go there, that you all can vote on. So this estate has a will. There are two named executors in the will. The first one is a sister that lives in California. She has formally stepped down and refused to serve in the capacity as the executor or executrix. The second named person in the will indicated that she did not want to serve and was not able to serve. However, her health has declined to a point where she cannot fill out the form or come into our office. So in this certain instance, Miss Hubbard was appointed to the estate before they realized there was a will. So she has already been acting in capacity. Once she gained access to the home, she discovered that there was a will. And then she immediately brought it into our office, as is her duty. The first named executor that declined, she asked for Miss Hubbard to serve as administratrix on this estate, as she has already been doing. The only asset in the estate is a home. It's not a large estate. And Miss Hubbard has indicated that she's not even going to take the fees from it as serving as administratrix.
Okay.
So our office recommendation is to appoint Patricia Porter Hubbard as administratrix CTA for the estate of Lorraine H. Poe.
I know Mrs. Hubbard, and she's a very upstanding lady. So I'll be happy to move the motion to appoint Patricia Porter Hubbard as administrator of the CTA of the estate of Lauren H. Poe.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Stolper and seconded by Commissioner Heffestay. Discussion. I'd love to ask our counsel in these situations if it needs to go to a special expert. What is the term? Special master?
The fiduciary commissioner.
A fiduciary
I did
commissioner.
speak to Nathan this morning prior to the meeting, and
Okay.
he is not here because the second item, he needed to recuse himself because there was a lawsuit against the commission for that one. And he was in agreement that this would be no issue for Miss Hubbard to serve.
Good enough for me. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay. And the next one is another petition to appoint Ann Gardner, administratrix of the estate of Stephen Michael Whitcamper. And this is a situation where there are no actual assets in the estate. Mr. Whitcamper was in an incident with the sheriff's department where he lost his life, and the family has a lawsuit against the county. The father is the one that initiated that lawsuit, so an estate had to be opened in case there are assets from that. And he has since passed, so the stepmother is asking to be appointed in the stepfather's place or in the father's place. Our recommendation is to allow that appointment to go through with no issue.
And Commissioners, for the purposes of the record, I am recusing myself from this one because of the ongoing lawsuit in another issue.
All right. Well, I'll move to appoint Ann Gardner as administrator of the screen went blank of the estate of Stephen Michael
Whitcamper.
Whitcamper.
There's a motion from Commissioner Stolper. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Keys. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, that's the last item I have, so you just need to go back to regular session.
Need a motion to reconvene as the county commission come out of a fiduciary review board.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner
Second.
Mood, seconded by Commissioner Stolper. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Next, we have Sheriff, pages 34 through 35. Do we have someone from the sheriff's office? Not, we can go to Mr. Bound, unless Ms. Bartleson is here.
We have someone stepping in for Miss Bartleson, and David he's at a doctor's appointment.
Okay.
Will be in.
James, Human Resources. If not, we can go to the county administrator's report.
We'll go to county administrator's report, and
Let's do
then
that.
anyone watching sheriff's office, please, if you could get here. And Jessica James, if you could come early, that would be great. With my items. They're fairly simple. One is we've been approached to
We're on page 91, everybody.
for a resolution with regard to Foster Care Awareness Month. I think the resolution is within the packet. If you have any questions.
No. So we need a motion to approve the resolution.
Correct. And it's a motion to approve that the Jefferson County Commission do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Foster Care Awareness Month.
Commissioner Mood, do you want to leave that?
I'll make the motion, yes. Second.
Moved by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Soliper. Is there discussion on the resolution on Foster Care Awareness Month for May 2026? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Excellent.
The next item is early voting is scheduled to take place in this room on May 7th. We had a commission meeting scheduled for May 7th. My recommendation is that you move your regularly scheduled commission meeting from May 7th to May 14th.
Tricky.
Okay, I'm gonna change that in my calendar.
Yeah, hold on a second. All right,
I may be out of town that day, that's all.
okay.
Okay, so can you move what day to what day?
From the 7th to the 14th, is that right?
So we'll have a meeting on the 14th and then back to back on the 21st.
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm open to other options, but wanted to give you something to start with.
I can do that. And then I guess technically we could change it later if needed, because I know some people, it's tough to arrange work schedules on the fly like this.
I want to throw out a suggestion. Usually when we have back-to-back meetings, like one week, one's an extremely light agenda. What if we just made the 21st a day meeting and took care of it all in one, I don't know.
It's up to you. It's your meeting. If you could make it a day meeting, we have a graduation ceremony for directors and deputy directors who have completed a certificate through Blue Ridge.
And the BZA has a meeting on the 14th. That's when they meet. So, okay. Or a special meeting, sorry. That's in my calendar. What do y'all think?
I think one meeting.
21st?
Yeah, the 21st. makes
I'm fine
sense.
with that.
Day meeting on the
Yeah,
21st?
so we'll have just one
Do you
meeting.
think the graduation would be okay?
For the daytime?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take that as a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
There's a motion on the table to change our May meeting schedule so that we have one day meeting on May 21st. This is to accommodate early voting on May 7th. That is the motion. Did I state it correctly?
Yeah, one day meeting for May. And I would like to preface, if there's something emergency, we could call a special meeting and be happy to do that.
Discussion on this point?
Maybe it should be listed as an all-day meeting,
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
because I suspect it will be more than just typical morning session. It'll go probably well into the afternoon.
Yeah. Looks
So,
like it's going to be heavy.
So as long as everybody understands that it's going to be a long one, that's okay with me. So
All right, any further discussion before we vote? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Please change our meeting schedule accordingly.
by the way, we're not out of code doing that, are we, Nathan, to have, because I think we only have to have 4 meetings a year, if that were correct. So we should be still well within code, right? I just wanted to preempt a complaint at the next meeting. So
By who?
just a good guess, just a guess.
I think you're correct. 4 meetings a year.
4 meetings a year, and I think we more than meet that
Sure.
requirement, so.
So the one with the green.
So County Administrator, shall we go to Human Resources, Financial, Prosecuting Attorney, Review of Commercial Bonding, or Sheriff? So we go to Council next?
Okay.
What do you got?
Let's move to ambulance fee exonerations, number 8.
Great. Pages 71 through 73. We're going to jump around in the packet, everybody. We're on pages 71 through 73. Ambulance fee exonerations.
Correct. These are within the packet and have been reviewed by staff and the assessor's office.
Okay, Chair would like to hear a motion to approve as presented.
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner Keats. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Mood. Was it Stoliper? Okay. Discussion on the exonerations. Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Roger is here for 6.
Are we ready to go on commercial bonding? Excellent.
Will's not here because he's.
Oh, Will,
Okay, let's hold off there.
Ready?
I'd just like to point out that this is an unusual circumstance where we're running way ahead of schedule. So
We haven't got to Nathan yet.
Sorry,
he doesn't count. He's executive.
Sorry, Council.
I can correct that.
I did give everybody a heads up that we're going to run through this meeting quickly. So they know about it, but perhaps we're exceeding expectations for speed and efficiency. So our commercial bonding policy, I'm really interested in looking at this and seeing how we compare to neighboring counties. Could you give us an overview of how that works? And would you be able to look at neighboring counties and provide a comparison, if not today, at a subsequent meeting?
I'm prepared to discuss it today.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. So how does our commercial bonding policy work in Jefferson
Okay,
County?
I'll just give you a brief overview of our
Thank you.
current policy. Touch on the main thing that was added to that policy when it was last revised, and then touch on what I know about surrounding jurisdictions and their bonding requirements. So in 2010, at the request mainly of the development community, the county commission directed the staff and to create a committee to come up with changes to the bonding policy and a new bonding policy. So as a result, it was about 4 members of staff, the planner, the engineer, and so forth, and 2 developers, representatives, and a representative from the banking community because of letters of credit. We formed a committee, and the first thing that we did was spend a lot of time going through and educating ourselves on what the bonding requirements are and what the vehicles are for doing that. We initially only allowed for cash and escrow, so you would have had to put all the money in a bank that it would cost to do the project. We had one that's done that in 25 years since I've been here. And then letters of credit were the other very common form, irrevocable letter of credit. So if a developer defaulted, we could go to the bank and call in the letter of credit and take the money. Sometimes the banks would look at whether or not they wanted to just go ahead and hire a contractor and finish the work. That never happened. We've had 10 or 12 projects that defaulted back in the mid 2000s. And we called in all the bonds and used the money to finish the projects as best we could. We never in any case had enough funding to finish all the land improvements that remained to be completed. So in order to help the development community out, because they had issues with the bonding and those limitations, and they wanted to do surety bonds. So we got information from like the National Surety Bond Association, including PowerPoints that they sent us to educate ourselves on these bonds, and went through all that. And we started developing a policy, and it was a good back and forth. And with both sides coming to agreement on things. And we added surety bonds in, which is essentially paying for an insurance policy to guarantee that the contractor completes all the required improvements. Or you see it, it's common on all public works projects. If it's a water or sewer project, you actually have 2 bonds. You have a performance bond, which guarantees that the contractor will perform all the work. And you have a payment bond, which guarantees that the contractor will pay for all the materials from his vendors and suppliers, that those bills get paid, that the project doesn't end up with liens on it. So they have 2. So we added surety bonds in. That seems to be the more common route now, with developers providing these surety bonds. Welcome. The bonding policy requires that you complete a construction cost estimate. We have spreadsheets for that the developers use for all the items that have to be bonded. It's all the improvements. And then the ordinance requires that not only that you post a bond, but the bond has to be in the amount of 115% of the estimated cost. And then what transpires is they'll get a surety bond for that amount. And as the work progresses and work gets completed, there'll be periodic bond reduction requests from the developer. Will goes out and does the inspections, determine what work has been completed, adjust the spreadsheet amount, and then we will appear before you with a bond reduction request or ultimately a full bond release. And that's the way the process works. So you have three forms of bond surety: irrevocable letter of credit, cash and escrow, and performance surety bonds. With the surety bonds, the question becomes, well, how much does a surety bond cost? And information we were able to find and using like a $3 million estimate to complete a project, the site improvements, says that it's based on a percentage and it's based on the credit rating of the developer or the contractor. And so on $3 million, you're looking at paying $30,000 to $45,000 for that insurance policy, which is way less than putting up cash in escrow or maybe the fees that the banks would want for a letter of credit. Because they're usually using the project as the collateral for that letter of credit. So then we'll check around, tell them what you found out with the surroundings jurisdictions.
Yeah, sure. So the surrounding jurisdictions that I've looked at, including Washington County, Maryland, Jefferson County, Virginia, Loudoun County, Clark County, they all include full bonding with exclusion of the building just for infrastructure for commercial and subdivisions. The only one, and including, I think the premise is that they think Berkeley County only bonds for stormwater and E&S. It's not entirely true. They actually do bond for everything. They just include it in a lump sum. So I have their bonding sheet here for commercial projects. So they make you bond for E&S, stormwater management, and then everything else is included and it's included in a lump sum by acreage.
I want to add to that in Berkeley County, and their requirements for bonding are actually in their subdivision and land development ordinance. And they call for a bond of everything and it to be 115%.
It's also 115%.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that the county engineer shall have the authority to recommend the county commission an increase in the amount of the surety at any time in his or her judgment, such an increase is appropriate. What they have written here, like almost totally matches what we have in our bonding policy.
Okay.
So then they come to this section, bondable items, and they list things: sub-base gravel, surface course asphalt, sidewalks, trails, curb and gutter, erosion and sediment controls, property corners, stormwater BMPs, water, sewer, storm drainage, including offsite extensions, stormwater management, HOA acceptance of stormwater management in common areas, site restoration and stabilization, landscaping, fencing, site amenity, infrastructure, equipment, buildings, and appurtenances, and any other items at the discretion of the county engineer that are required for the development. So it looks to me they're requiring the same thing that we do.
Mm-hmm.
And if they are over there, maybe not requiring full bonding, I'd kind of think that might be against their regulations.
Right. And that's purely speculative, but I understand.
Yeah.
So if we're hearing feedback from people that, there's different standards in Jefferson County and Berkeley County, it sounds like that's just plain erroneous. Is there Is there a potential difference in process or that could cause a misunderstanding? Or, we hear information that's wrong all the time. It could just be wrong.
Yeah, just judging off of the bonding spreadsheet that I got from Berkeley County, I can see how there might be some confusion because we itemize everything to make it easier for bond reductions because we can go out there and say, okay, the gravel's been done, right? So then we can mark off gravel and take that money off. They can reduce their bond. Berkeley County includes it all in a lump sum. So they
Okay.
charge, $30,000 per acre, but they don't itemize everything.
Okay.
So that might be where the confusion is because they specifically call out stormwater management and BMP, ENS, and then everything else is lumped into a lump sum.
Okay.
So.
Other questions or comments from the commission?
I think there might be some complications sometimes when you have developers who are using their own capital and have already bought a lot of the materials when they're coming to you. So in that case, typically to get a bond, they would need to have that capital in their account, right? In order to be approved for the bond, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm assuming surety companies look at a variety of different things, experience, capital, collateral,
Credit.
things of that nature.
So if they already have spent the capital to buy all the materials, that could be very expensive. How do we adjust that with the bonding requirement if they're not, if they don't have that full amount because they've already, paid for those expenses? How do we justify that?
Well, with a bond, a surety bond, like Roger mentioned earlier, it's not like it's a lump sum. It's basically an insurance policy. So if you buy a $250,000 Ferrari, it's not like you have to spend $250,000 on insurance and have that in your bank account. They're just looking at your risk. So if a surety company, if you're trying to develop a project for $1.6 million and a surety company goes, we're only going to bond you for $750,000, they're looking at you as a risk that you can't afford that $1.6 million in case you default.
And do we have a timeline requirement for issuing a bond?
Yeah, once a bond is issued, you have an initial period of 2.5 years to finish the project, and then you're eligible for 2 additional 1.5-year time extensions. And then anything after that needs county commission approval.
How soon after the project's approved do they have to post a bond? Is there a time limit on that?
There's no time limit on that. The project can be approved. They just can't start their project until a bond has been posted.
Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Do we have the authority to make an adjustment if we feel like there is ever a case that comes forward that could be adjusted?
Someone could ask you for some sort of waiver or extension, but typically it's always best to follow the policy that you have laid out because, you need to treat everyone equally and it's a case by case basis thing, but I would just recommend sticking to the policy unless there's some reason to give a waiver or an extension, like he just talked about with the time for completion or something like that. Most of the time, they handle that with just trying to get a little more time to get it taken care of.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard some comments that Jefferson County's commercial bonding is more onerous than neighboring counties. We've asked the question. Our staff has done the research. It's the exact same percentage. I'm not sure if there's much for us to look at further. I would note that we have a difference in applying a lump sum versus itemized, and I think that the itemization feature allows people to have a quicker process to recoup the money they initially put up. So it might actually be favorable in Jefferson County.
Correct.
Yeah, what I keep hearing is, and again, thank you for your presentation. That really is very helpful. But what I continue hearing is the commercial side of it. I do completely understand on a residential issue. We've dealt with those before, where somebody's building a subdivision and they put a base coat out and they don't get all the lots sold and they go bankrupt. And then we have to come in and finish, maybe do some stormwater management and issues and mitigate a lot of things, put the top coat on. I know Roger's probably familiar with that after the last recession. We probably saw a lot of those and had a stack of papers in his office. But what I'm keep hearing is when it's I'll use a convenience store for an example, when it's one owner, and I keep hearing that the bonding is higher than the neighboring counties, because if, say, they got halfway into the project and went bankrupt, you have to on a residential, you have to have the bond for there's multiple purchasers.
The rest
on
of the
that street.
neighborhood.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. in the neighborhood. So if a convenience store, you just using them for example, goes bankrupt, you just fence it off and until they figure it out. I don't know, they have an auction or whatever they're going to do with it, the bank, whatever. So that's what I continue to hear is on the commercial side of the world. It's more expensive than the surrounding counties, but I don't know. I haven't done a comparison and until today to hear the comparison with us in Berkeley. So I appreciate that.
And I think Steve has a point. Yeah. So with commercial properties, typically they are, a single user, single purchaser. They're one parcel separated by everyone else. And so if they go belly up, you throw it out, someone's going to buy it, pick it up. And, it depends on the topography, the site work needed. If you have utilities already, brought to the site and things already mitigated, the terrain's pretty level. There's not an adverse risk for neighboring properties. I do think there's a potential to make waivers, and I do, from what I've heard in my professional field, is that though the policies might be similar with Berkeley, I think the day-to-day procedural or a lot of waivers are given and a lot of concessions are made to work with development when it makes sense. So I do think there's sometimes not every situation's the same, not every developer's the same, not every project's the same, and sometimes there are projects that are beneficial for the community, and maybe we should consider making amendments. There is one that we've talked about before, that is in Jamesburg Boulevard, for a positive use for the county, for having pools and multi-purpose volleyball courts. And so for that purpose, I think with what that developer has wanted to do, it's his own capital, and he has expressed that he has bought all of the materials already. He has them on site. It's a relatively flat terrain. They already have utilities brought in through, the Development Authority decades ago. I don't see a huge risk for that site if we maybe have some guardrails set up for a waiver. So maybe a timeline that we would expect to have a project completed. It's contingent upon X, Y, and Z. But that's just my opinion. I'm open to other feedback.
Yeah, because and again, if a single user would go bank belly up or whatever, you would certainly have to go in there and seed and straw the sites for erosion control. Know a little bit about engineering. How about that? And then obviously make sure any silt fence is up until that is take seed. And then I don't know, it might be more things that you could add to it, but it's like I said, it's not if a single user. It's not like a subdivision where the developer skips town in a subdivision, doesn't put the curb and gutter in, doesn't put the playgrounds in, and there's a whole list of things. When it's a single user, it's just his property. So.
Yeah. And for this one, I think there was a $1.6 million bond requirement. And so, this is on a less than 5-acre site in an established industrial business park. So I don't, there's already roads, there's already utilities brought along. There's basic things, but I think, maintaining the site and basic things, fencing, erosion control, I agree. But I would like to see this reduced for this property.
Yeah, and I just want to just clarify one thing too. The county doesn't come up with the bond estimates. Their hired engineer comes up with the bond estimates and then we review it. So the $1.6 million is what the engineer came up with that developer hired. And I think that certain project that you're talking about, there is a lot of excavation work and there is a huge gabion retaining wall. And that's probably where most of the cost comes from. So I wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
Well, that's something to think about and discuss.
Yeah.
We're looking at a general policy to today, for today's agenda,
Right.
but of course we could add
We
it
could-
later if that's
yeah.
something the commission wants to do.
Yeah.
Great. Did anybody have any questions about commercial bonding generally before we wrap up and move on to the next item?
Nope. Thank you, guys. That was
Great.
very.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Rock. Thank you, Will.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Oh,
Sheriff
we're
is-
back on schedule.
Yeah, exactly. Just like you promised. Thank you. Sheriff Hanson is here. Thank you so much, Sheriff, for being here. Next on our agenda, we have item number 4.
I'm sorry, Commissioners, I was in another meeting and didn't know you're running early.
Oh, no, that's great. That's
And
great. Thank you
let
for
you
all the
know-
great
That's a
work you do
rare-
for our county.
That's a rarity, Sheriff. We're running.
After this, we also have EPTA here, so.
Excellent, excellent. We are on pages 34 and 35 of your packet.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm here to get permission to move a part-time bailiff to a full-time position that was made available when Willie Potter retired. We moved someone to his position that left that another full-time position open. It's within my budget, and I'd like this. His name is Thomas Twig, and I would like to move him. He's be available sometime after the 1st of May.
Well, I heard that it's within budget, so I'd like to approve the sheriff's request. Does
Second.
anybody have a question? Okay, it's moved by Commissioner Maggi, seconded by Commissioner Stoliper. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Have a great day.
Same to you. And next, we have a very exciting presentation from Ms. Bartleson, CEO, Executive Director of Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority. We have some expansions to service in Jefferson County, and I want to hear all about it because this is a terrific for our community.
Oh, Elaine at the last minute couldn't come, but she thankfully sent along Lewis, who will introduce himself and give you an overview of transit here in Jefferson.
Terrific.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Elaine sends regrets not being able to come. We have a huge project building our multimodal transit center and it got pulled away. She got pulled away to that this morning quite immediately. So some things she needed to take care of. So
We would rather her be there
yes,
doing the project than coming here to tell us about the project.
exactly.
So that's great news. Fantastic.
My name is Louis Grindle. I'm the Deputy Director with EPTA. I've been with them about 2 years. Moved from Florida up here to get away from the heat and everything. So enjoy everything up here. And it's been great working with Elaine and EPTA. Been very eye-opening how transportation is much needed up here and how we're trying to expand on that. With that said, again, we thank Jefferson County for their continued funding and support. A lot of people don't realize that we get a lot of federal funding, but with that, we have to have local match. And each year, Elaine, who consistently does our budget and presents it to our board, we actually have to leave federal money on the table because a lot of times we don't have the local match for that. But Jefferson County has always stepped up and continued that support for us. So without that support and that funding, we would not be able to expand some of the things that we're going to talk about today and move forward with trying to generate more transportation opportunities for the community here in Jefferson County. So what I'll do is I'll talk a little bit about some of the routes that we're changing. We had just done a transit data plan survey. We had some public meetings with that, got some input from the citizens, the community in Berkeley and Jefferson County. And we had a company that looked at expanding some of our existing routes and adding some things to that. And with that being said, several of the routes that are already in Jefferson County, once our new facility is up and running, we'll be introducing these new routes. They'll take place probably as soon as we open or move into the new center. We'll actually hold public meetings, advertising the new routes, the exact time that they'll start, but that'll be done closer to prior to us moving into the new facility. But it is expanding on several of the routes. Right now, we have a route that travels for the VA Medical Center. It's going to be expanded to include stops that we didn't have there before. It'll include the Walmart in Charlestown. Believe it, our transfer center now is at the train station in Berkeley County, but we'll actually have a transfer station right over our new transit modal center that they'll be able to do pick up from Martinsburg and come into Jefferson County in the morning and then go back from Jefferson County back to Martinsburg in the evening. But it's going to be a circular all day in Jefferson County as it is now, particularly dealing with the VA Medical Center, but it's going to be expanded to include some parts in Charlestown that's not on the current map or in the current route, excuse me.
Okay, and can you tell us where those will be, or is that still to be decided?
Right now, excuse me, it's going down to the stop right now is in Lido's. But it's going to expand to go all the way down to Charlestown, close to the courthouse, up to Walmart, and then continue going back to the VA Medical Center. So it's a route that runs every day, but it's normally the last stop was at Lido's before it went back to the VA Medical, but it's going to go down toward the courthouse and then include the Walmart as kind of a main stop there.
And the multimodal station they were mentioning, could you tell the public where that's going to be?
That's going to be right in downtown Martinsburg, right at the corner of Raleigh and Race Street. I kind of came in right when EPTA was granted the final amount of raise funds for that. In total, it's over $20 million project that was fairly funded. EPTA bought the property outright itself, and we had our groundbreaking in June of 24. We ran into some hiccups, kind of getting the construction started, but that started about the beginning of 2025. We're anticipating or hoping that we'll be able to have that transit modal center open by our 50th anniversary, which will be the middle of November of this year. So they've been progressing pretty good with it. Our maintenance facility, where all the mechanics will perform all the maintenance and repairs on the buses will be done. We have a large storage area that's been put in there. And then our garage bays will actually house all of our vehicles, whether they're buses or the smaller non-emergency medical transport vehicles like vans. We'll be able to house all those indoors, so they won't be sitting out in inclement weather at any time. And our mechanics having to get them ready in the morning, where at the facility we're at now, we can only house a small number of those, but they'll actually be able to be kept indoors at all time.
With that new multimodal center and these extra stops in Charlestown, the new ones, this will provide access to the VA Medical Center. Is that what you were saying earlier?
Yes, sir. We have that route now. It's just expanding that route. I believe it's Route 11. We're changing the titles of them to kind of move away from numbers and we'll be assigning letter routes. So it's basically the same route, but it's just expanding or making that service longer to include other areas that's not on the route right now.
Yeah, that's a priority for us in our commission, in our county government. So if there is any way that we can provide wayfinding, signage, maps, information in our county government facility to let's say public, because we're going to have a health center here.
Definitely.
We would be happy to do that. And if you could provide that to us, we'll post it here so people know how to get to the VA Medical Center.
That would be perfect. We would be glad to do that. One of the other routes that we have now includes our Harper's Ferry. Same thing. It has certain stops with it. We're going to expand that to include, it's going to go up to the Walmart where it did not do that before. Just a little bit more areas that will be covered with that one specific route that was just kind of generated around Harper's Ferry, not the park buses themselves that we have inside the national park that we service, but the actual Harper's Ferry route. We also have kind of a test circulator, excuse me, that will be starting. Ranson has committed to funding for 3 years for this particular circulator. It's going to be between Charlestown and Ranson. So we have actually allowed new bus stops to be posted that Ranson's going to be putting up. Their Public Works has stated that they'll put those new bus stops up. They'll actually be lighted bus stops, but it'll actually be a circulator just between Charlestown and Ranson. Again, the same thing. People can pick it up early in the morning in Martinsburg and then go back to Martinsburg later in the evening when it's going back to the Transit Modal Center. But this is a new circulator, and again, it's test. We're trying to see the demand for it. Charlestown and Ranson had stated there was quite a bit of request from their communities for that. So again, with that funding that they've provided, that we're able to do this one specific new circulator. And again, they've committed for 3 years of funding for that. And we're just trying to make sure that we can sustain the ridership and everything to continue with that one circulator.
Well, that's excellent news. And I mentioned the county's expansion of its health, well, I should say relocation and expansion of its health department to this facility here. There's also the expansion of the hospital in Ranson. Could you tell us if this new bus route between Ranson and Charlestown will provide access to healthcare for those two facilities?
I believe so. It's going to all the major stops that it had before. So the Ranson City Hall, and I apologize, I'm checking on the map that they had provided, Charlestown City Hall, up to the Walmart again in Charlestown. It's kind of the circulator that they've generated. We're, again, as a test, we're trying to make sure that if we need to incorporate other stops within it, as a test circulator, we'd be able to add those on if the ridership continued for that, or if there was a need for that Ranson requested, Charlestown requested. And again, like I said, with that funding from Ranson, that's how we were able just to put almost a whole new, brand new circulator for that. Because again, their request was saying they have so many people in their community that need to go from Charlestown to Ranson to certain areas there. I believe there's a one stop outside Ranson right now, the City Hall. And they said they always have people coming in trying to see if they could get to Charlestown, trying to get to back to Martinsburg, whichever. And they actually provided that funding, actually made us a line item in their budget for this particular circulator. So,
well, I mean, it's their bus route, so I'm not going to say this should happen or that should happen. But one thing to think about is if it's going to include the new hospital, the hospital expansion, we're going to have a lot of healthcare clients coming to this building. And again, if we can demonstrate that and how to get to the hospital in our facility, I think it would help patients.
definitely, I will definitely pass that on to Elaine too, so we can look at that for something even before this goes into effect to see if it's something that, if it's not incorporated, it's something that we could do with that. And then lastly, Jefferson County has not had a weekend or Saturday service. So with our new routes and once we're into the new center, we're actually going to be having a Jefferson County circulator. So right now we have 2 buses that run on the weekend in Berkeley County, but we're going to take one of those and put them into Jefferson County on Saturdays. So we'll have one circulator in Berkeley County and one specific to Jefferson. And it will be running to all the main areas in between Charlestown, Ranson, Harpers Ferry. It's just going to be one circulator bus going out to the main stops that some of the other routes run on, but it will be running on Saturdays. And I believe it goes from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Oh, that's big news.
Yes.
We're very,
From what I understood, there
very
was no
happy about
Saturday
that.
service at all. So
Right,
I think this will be a great help to the citizens here. They've requested it quite a bit whenever we've had public meetings of when are we going to get buses on Saturdays out here. So
one more request along the same line.
Yes, sir.
Any visuals you have, we'd be happy to demonstrate those at our facilities. I know that that's something our constituents will be very pleased about. So thank you.
Yes, sir, definitely.
Questions or comments from the commission?
I don't have any.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you so much. This is
I
excellent news.
appreciate
We're
it.
very
Yeah.
grateful.
Thank you.
All right, terrific.
So up next, we are still just a few minutes ahead of our appointment times for boards and commissions. I recommend that we move to Jessica James, who is here.
Here on pages 74 through 90, agenda item number 9, Ms. James.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have 3 items before you today. First is approval of amendments to the leave donation policy and associated documents. Before I get into this, I just wanted to say that it's still with legal. We have one more kind of thing to tweak, and then it'll be ready for distribution to the employees. But this change is separate from that. So staff is requesting 2 clarifications to the recently approved leave donation policy. to improve alignment with FMLA and overall workforce stability. This includes an increase in the leave cap. The maximum donated leave will be increased from 320 hours to 480 to align with the standard 12-week FMLA period for full-time employees. And then accrual during donated leave, the policy will be updated to allow employees to continue accruing while in paid leave status, including when utilizing donated leave. Accruals will pause only during unpaid leave.
That makes sense. If you haven't had to use this, I hope you don't have to anytime soon. But it is something that comes up in life, and I'm glad that we're adopting this policy as a benefit to our employees. My only question is, you mentioned that you needed to check something with legal. Is that relevant to this motion, or that's just a separate matter?
It's a separate matter.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know that, again, as with last time, this would be approved contingent upon legal review. They're okay with these changes, but again, there's just one more thing we want to resolve.
All right, Chair would like to hear a motion to approve the amendments to the Jefferson County leave donation policy as presented.
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner Heffestay and seconded by Commissioner Mood. Discussion on this? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next is approval of amendment to the performance appraisal policy. Staff is requesting approval of an amendment to policy 217, our performance appraisal policy, to clarify that merit increases are calculated based on an employee's salary as of October 1 of the year in which the review period ends, to ensure consistency in application and prevent overlap with promotional or other compensation adjustments occurring after that date. Staff is also incorporating the scoring language that's currently in place on our merit rubric into the performance appraisal policy so that our employees don't have to toggle between the two.
Any downside? None? All right, is there a motion? There's a motion from Commissioner Heffestay to approve the amendment to the Jefferson County performance appraisal policy as presented, and it's been seconded by Commissioner Mood. Is that right? Discussion on this? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Third item, staff is seeking approval of the updated position description for Assistant Chief / Deputy Director of the JCESA. Updates include a change from second to third degree under Education and Basic Knowledge category of the Jacobs Study. And because the original position description predates the ESA's transition to a county department, the duties and responsibilities have been reassessed and refined.
Discussion on this topic or a motion?
Make the motion, we approve it.
Second.
There's been a motion from Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Heffestay to approve the updated position description of the Assistant Chief of the Jefferson County Emergency Services Agency as presented. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Excellent, thank you so
Nicely
much.
done. Thank you. County Administrator, shall we go to council?
That was my intention, and then Nathan just left. I think that is what we should go and do. If you want to do, move to executive session, we'll do a quick photo with the resolution for Foster Care Awareness Month, move into executive session, and then come back for the interviews. The interviews were scheduled to take place at 11 o'clock.
All right, and do you think we can finish the executive session in 21 minutes?
That would be that I don't have Nathan's.
Okay. So actually, this is one of those rare moments where going into executive session is an interesting question as opposed to just pro forma. Do you want to wait?
If not, we could come back out of exec session and go back in. We might be able to knock out a few of these things.
Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, Chair would like to hear a motion to move into executive session to discuss agenda items 11.1, 11.2, 11.3, and we need a reason under state code. The reason would be
Receive legal counsel.
legal counsel. I think that's sufficient, right?
Yep. So move.
All right, moved by Commissioner Stolper. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mood. Discussion on moving into executive session to receive legal advice. All those in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. We're going into executive session until 11. Whenever the camera's on, I'll get started. Reconvening, need a motion to come out of executive session. So moved by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Salper. All those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. We are now back in regular session. We need council or animal control to represent on the revised combined animal ordinance. Would you all like to come up, sir?
Mr. Cochran's right there in the hallway, but
Okay, great. During a recent.
Work on that hour.
During a recent county commission meeting, we discussed potential changes to the animal ordinance. We have asked for those to be drafted and presented again to the county commission. Now we're discussing those changes as they have been drafted. And if we could hear what those changes are before discussing and potentially voting, if that is the pleasure of the commission.
So if Lieutenant or,
while he's getting settled, I believe there were two changes requested. We asked to strike the time requirements on the barking dog ordinance or time frame to help protect those that may sleep during the day from night shift or other activities, children napping, et cetera. And then the commission asked for further clarification on businesses that may operate either canines or services or kennels. And I believe the draft Mr. Cochran has submitted will satisfy your requirement.
Okay.
Excellent. And the hourly question, that is satisfactory to you and your team?
I believe so, because it gives us the ability to enforce it whenever the required complaints arise. Animal control is generally out during the day. It just kind of makes sense for them to be able to investigate it as opposed to just at nighttime. And then your commercial kennels, they have to be in compliance with section provided they are commercially licensed, insured, and permitted by and operated in compliance with all applicable provisions of the Jefferson County zoning and subdivision ordinances. So I think that would cover Mr. Mood's concern about the.
Correct, yeah.
Yes, I believe, other than that, I believe the ordinance is ready for your review and or approval or further discussion.
Okay. Could we have council explain the process for amending the ordinance?
Sure. Well, in this particular case, there are a couple of different ordinances out there. And what we are doing, if you want to move forward, obviously that's your choice. But if you want to move forward, I suggest that you would move to rescind. If you look at the very last page of this ordinance, at the very bottom, it talks about repealing. It discusses the ordinances that we're repealing, and then we're enacting this ordinance. And
can we do that right here, right now, or do we need to set up a public hearing because it's an ordinance change? What are legal requirements there?
no, I think you can adopt it.
Okay. Is there a motion from the commission to do so? I can state it if, let me try my best. The chair would like to hear a motion to rescind the leash law ordinance adopted July 8th, 2004. The nuisance barking / howling ordinance adopted October 9th, 2008. And the dog tethering and confinement ordinance adopted October 29th, 2015. And all amendments thereto to the extent of any conflict, and replace them with this consolidated ordinance. This ordinance shall take effect upon adoption of the county commission and filing with the county clerk. The ordinance we're referring to is the Jefferson County Combined Animal Ordinance as presented by council under agenda item number 11.
second.
There is a motion from the chair and a second from Commissioner Stolper. Discussion.
I have a question.
Yeah.
And I really wish I had thought of it earlier. Should we have a public hearing on this ordinance before it's put into place?
Our council just advised us we don't need to.
We don't have to have one?
I don't think you have to. I mean, it would be up to you.
Yeah, I'm okay with moving forward. All we're doing is making a few just minor
I'm
adjustments.
kind of favor that any ordinance, new or revised, should have a public hearing. That's just my opinion on transparency. So I don't think there's anything really damaging in this one, but it's probably a good policy for us to go ahead with the public hearing on any of these things, because you don't know about the devils in the details that are out there. And a lot of people do think that, and I think incorrectly, but a lot of people do think that the county commission has a tendency to operate without public input. I apologize. I have a dry throat. I'm getting over a cold. But it's just my feeling that I think public hearings are a good idea on ordinances.
And Commissioner, I have to say, I agree with you typically. But there's some language in this ordinance that I think is sensitive to safety of our residents.
Yes.
And so because of that, I would recommend that we move forward today, because if something were to happen tomorrow, I don't want it on our conscience. And so
That's a good point.
if the
That's a good
folks
point.
believe that we aren't being transparent and they'd like to have some sort of public process, we can add that in for further amendments, but it's one of those things that I think we should move forward
Maybe
personally.
we could go ahead and approve it, and one of our town halls before the evening meetings, we could make that open for public comment.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And so that would kind of kill both. We get it into place right away, but we still allow the public to make comments. So
Yeah, that's a really interesting idea. Thank you for bringing that up. And I would just also like to note for the record, it was stated in the motion, but just to clarify for our millions and millions of fans watching right now, this is a combined ordinance that was requested by staff because we had multiple ordinances on the books and some of the provision in those ordinances are in conflict. So the idea was to remove legal ambiguity. We're not, promoting new policy or bringing
Right.
something new to our community.
And I generally tend to agree with Commissioner Hafestay that when passing a new ordinance, that we should absolutely make sure we're doing it with public hearing. This particular one, it's combining. So I think I'm okay with not in this case, but I agree that I think.
yes, we've had ordinances before that were rammed through without public hearings. And I think in every case, those ordinances came back to bite us. So I think public hearings is good. I agree with Commissioner Keys 100%. We should pass this right away, but we should still have a public hearing.
And the animal control officers who are here today, I know it's not a back and forth, but could you raise your hand if you think this is vital that for safety, this is, okay. That makes me feel really warm and fuzzy. Thank you.
Commissioner Keys, you make a good point. The bulk of this is for public safety when it's specifically addressing to vicious dogs.
Yeah.
This gives us a little bit more ability to get those off the street and hang on to them a little longer. The animal control department, along with the sheriff's department, one of our main goals is education. And we have officer discretion within this to help anyone that's a pet owner work through these things. It's not like we want to pass this and immediately start issuing fines, et cetera.
Right, right.
And could I just say, I would like to thank Officer Sell, who has pursued this for a while, and he has kept me going on it, and I really appreciate his doing that. And as you, I think Commissioner Majde mentioned, this is really combining ordinances and trying to streamline them a little bit. There may be a few things here and there that are new in this ordinance, but it's mostly for purposes of public safety and to allow the officers to better enforce ordinances that are hopefully a little bit more clear and gives them the opportunity to know how to proceed a little bit better.
Do we have questions or comments from the commission? There's a motion. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. We have a new ordinance. Job well done, team. Thank you.
Commissioner, do you have an effective date?
I believe it was stated in the motion. Let me restate. It was effective upon passage by the commission, which just happened.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Effective now.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Commissioner Majdi, I have a blank copy of this for you to sign afterwards.
Okay. Back to our agenda. We are going back to agenda item number 7. Only one left. Boards and commissions. We are on pages 36 through 70. On the agenda, we start with BZA. Is that fine with everybody?
Mhm.
Yes. Okay. Board of Zoning Appeals, 7.1.1, page 36. While I scroll up, does anybody see page 36? Who do we have first for interviews?
Andrew De Lima.
Okay. Sir, are you in the audience? Are you able to come up for an interview? All right, I'm scrolling. County Administrator, do we have the gentleman online?
We only have Dave Wyland online. I know that Tyler Quinn has been trying to get it online and we're using a new system. So he may be trying to go through the link in the web on the agenda, but that is not a link for panelists. He has a private link that was emailed to him. So if Tyler, you are listening online, you need to use that link. And otherwise we could begin with,
Who do we have that's ready for the interview?
Is, did you say Dave's online?
Yeah.
Dave, wait.
Dave, yeah,
Dave
Dave is
Meeting.
online and he is unmuted. So if you wanted to start with him, you could start with him. Colin Stein is in the room. Andrew DeLima, are you in the room? I don't see a
Excellent.
hand up.
Well, I think we should start with people who are in the room. Listed first is Mr. DeLima. Are you here, sir? Listed second, we have Dr. Stein. Are you here, sir? If you could come on up for an interview. Thank you so much. Dr. Stein, I'll start with a very hard-hitting question. Why would you like to serve on the Board of Zoning Appeals? And if you'd like to start with an opening statement, you're welcome to do that.
So I am a farmer in Jefferson County. I live on 7633 Flowing Springs Road. And the reason I want to be on the Board of Zoning Appeals is it has a little story behind it, right? The story is that the Ranson City Council has been looking at a zoning change or a zoning appeal or some sort of zoning change. And they voted, I don't know, earlier this winter, 4-2 in favor of making the zoning change. There was a second hearing was required, and I went to the first hearing, I went to the second hearing. The second hearing, and I saw many farmers that I've known and haven't seen since before COVID, right? The farming community in Jefferson County is a relatively small community, but we're a very important community because we are the largest economic engine in the county. Excuse me. So at the second hearing, again, I saw a lot of farmers and many farmers spoke that had not spoken at the first hearing. And after the hearing from all the farmers that were in the area, the city commission voted 4-1 against the voting change. So here, what I saw there was that the city commission was made up of citizens from the city, didn't have any understanding of what the zoning meant in terms of the farmers around it. Well, after the hearing from the farmers, they changed their vote radically, right? It went from 4-2 in favor of the change to 4-1 against the change and 1 abstention. I think for the zoning changes that are in the county, there needs to be someone on the zoning commission or whatever they are that can say what it might what effect the farmers might have on the people or places that are looking for the change in zoning. The other piece of background that's incredibly important for having why you need to have a farmer represented on the zoning commission is that farming is the most dangerous occupation in the United States. Say that again. Farming is the most dangerous occupation in the United States. Farming is seasonal. Right? We very much follow the seasons. The equipment that we use is extremely dangerous, right? Equipment does not have any heart, any thought. It causes accidents. Farmers are potentially associated with accidents, right? The other way that farming is dangerous is we use chemicals, right? When we spray our corn, when we plant corn, many farmers spray it with glyoxide or glycophosphate. Glycophosphate was something that the Maha people were very much against, but Trump has decided that not to worry about the glycophosphate, and to continue to have it used. How dangerous is glycophosphate? Glycophosphate is a known cancer agent. It causes lots of cancers. And in fact, now in the farming community, a farmer like myself can't simply buy glycophosphate and spray it on their field. There are a small number of contractors that have licenses to spray glycophosphate. They are highly regulated. That's at the request of the chemical industry to regulate that. Why? Because many of the people spraying glycophosphate get cancer. Those cancers cost the company that produces glycophosphate millions of dollars a year. But those millions of dollars are taken on by the company just as the cost of doing business. Right? So there are people with cancer clearly caused by glycophosphates. What can you say? You regulate it carefully, or the government regulates it carefully.
Thank you, Dr. Stein. Would you like to hear a question from the commission? I know some of my colleagues have
I'm
questions for this
happy to
appointment.
have questions.
Okay. Are there any questions from the commission?
Yeah, just generally speaking, do you support zoning or not support zoning?
Oh, I do support zoning. I think zoning's critically important.
And do you support property rights?
Yes.
How do you weigh against the other? For instance, if I want to do something and zoning says something else, should I still be allowed to do what I want on my own property?
And so
Or how do
I
you
think that
balance
has to be done on a case-by-case basis, which is why you have a zoning appeals board or whatever this board is, right? I mean, so the cranes, the Cranes Lane one was their suggestion, or the request by the property owner, was to be able to put in 700 houses on a small space so that it would be essentially row houses, as her, very tightly packed row houses. But it's right next to where Marty Cable one of the local farmers plants his corn. And Marty Cable, I know Marty Cable, I know most of the farmers in the county. Marty Cable uses glyphosate every year to control the weeds in his corn or his soybeans. And glyphosate, again, causes cancer in people who use large quantities of glyphosate. But that's what we know about adults. We have no idea what the effect of glyphosate is on pregnant women, on infants and toddlers, on children. I don't want to do the experiment, quite frankly. And so that was one of the things that we suggested. And there were people, so I forget that there's a development downwind from Marty Cable's cornfield on the other side of where the proposed zoning change for Cranes Lane was. They said, yes, we know when Marty Cable sprayed his field because we could smell it. We feel it. It lasts for a day or two, and for an adult, a short exposure probably doesn't increase your cancer risk at all. For a little kid, the rule in medicine is the littler you get, the faster you have to act, or the more likely that you're going to have an effect. The old folks, they're okay. But again, zoning needs to be, you need to have zoning. So you've got some thing. If you want to change zoning, if you want to have something, it's got to be on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the commission?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stein. Our next applicant is Mr. Quinn available online or in person?
So I am working on getting Mr. Quinn on, it's a new Zoom setup. So
Okay.
I'm working through the IT with him on that. Then I have.
Do you have Mr. Wygand?
He is online and I think he is unmuted. He was at the last.
Okay,
time I looked.
just let me know when he's ready. Mr. Wygand, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to start with a very hard-hitting question. Why would you like to be on the Board of Zoning Appeals? If you'd like to offer an opening statement instead, you could do that.
I was on the board in the early 2000s and I've been on the board for the past 3 years. I really enjoy it. I've been in the engineering business for almost 40 years. And we just review specs and ordinances and have to follow them. We have to interpret them. They're constantly getting challenged, and interpretation is vital. And coming to a good conclusion that benefits everyone is always a success.
Excellent. Questions from the commission?
Do you support zoning?
I do.
Do you support property rights?
I do.
How do you balance the two?
The commission has made that much easier. When I was on the BZA in the early 2000s, we had what was called the LISA program. There were 23 different criteria we had to assess when we were looking at a variance or a CUP. You've made it very simple. The variances now have 4 criteria and the CUP has 8. And there's very little subjectiveness in there, but there is a need for interpretation. And with that, we look at everything. One of the things that I truly enjoy is being open and listening to everyone that has a say. One of the things that I did on the commission in the past 3 years is we put a stop to having applicants hand us a handful of documents and paperwork during the meeting. We did not have an opportunity to go through that. And if they hand it to us, we don't have the time. Or if you take the time, you're not listening to anyone who speaks. And I would like to listen to the people that speak. They only get 3 minutes. And a lot of times you get a lot of good information out of that.
Since you're an incumbent, one of the complaints I hear frequently of the BZA is that they give far too many variances or waivers on zoning requirements. Can you comment on that?
I don't. I have gone against the vote several times. I base it on the property. If the property is conducive to a variance or to the conditional use, I will vote for it. If the property is not, I won't. And I've also made several conditions on either a variance or a CUP. I try to make it fair for everybody, and I'm not always on the majority side on the BZA.
Okay, thank you. That was good answer. Good answer. Good answer. So,
Further questions from the commission? Thank you, Mr. Wygan.
Thank you.
County Administrator, do we have Mr. DeLima or Mr. Quinn?
We have neither right now.
Mhm.
I'm trying to work email back and forth with Mr. Quinn about getting him on, but he is not online. Do you want to use?
If I may, I could call Mr. Quinn and link him through my link here.
There's a phone number that just came through. Looks like his phone number just came through.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Mr. Quinn, if you will go ahead and unmute yourself, your interview is right now.
Good
Perfect.
morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners.
Hear us okay?
Thank you for your service. Yes, I can.
Excellent. I'll start with a hard-hitting opening question. Why would you like to serve on the Board of Zoning Appeals? Or if you prefer, please offer an opening statement.
That's just my way of serving my God, my family, and my country.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Questions from the commission?
I'll ask the same question of you. Do you support zoning?
Of course,
Do you support property rights?
I do.
How do you balance the two? In other words, if your neighbor wants to do something that affects another neighbor in a negative way, should their property rights trump the rights of the neighbor?
Well, I think that depends on circumstances for one thing. Every case is different. You have to look at the facts and put the facts to the law. But the whole purpose of zoning is to protect the health, safety, welfare, convenience of the public at large, and at the same time protect property rights. So I believe in property rights like civil rights. So that's not a yes or no or a cut and dried question, really. I hope I've given you my feedback on that.
You're an incumbent. Are you, like I say, the Board of Zoning Appeals gets a lot of raps against it for granting too many variances. How do you feel about that? Do you think that's an accurate assessment of your board? Variances.
My pause is I'm thinking about that, and I think your statement is correct overall. Typically, variances are given out a lot of times when maybe technically they shouldn't be. But again, you have to take each case individually, and I think if you take the facts, you have to ascertain the truth of the facts, obviously. But you put the facts to the law, and I think if they meet the criteria, then you're bound by the law to approve the request.
The Board of Zoning Appeals meets during the day, usually in the afternoon. I'm rather concerned that both you and Dave were not able to attend this meeting in person. I don't know either of you. I may have met you a couple years ago very casually, but in my opinion, the Board of Zoning Appeals is probably the most singularly important board that we appoint people to. And I am reluctant to support people that can't come to our meetings and basically make an appearance. It bothers me. It bothers me with other boards when people don't show up for the interviews. Is there some reason why you couldn't be here today?
Well, we had planned before. Number one, I can attest to the notice as we did watch the agenda. And number two, I'm out of town for a 95-year-old relative of my wife's whose husband just passed away. So that's my reasoning for that. But in the over 16 years that I've been on the Jefferson County Board of Zoning Appeals, I have probably not missed 4 meetings. So you divide that up and you can figure out, and you can look at everybody sitting beside you if I show up.
Okay. But this isn't your first meeting that you were invited to. So there were other meetings that you could have shown up for an interview and you did not come. So that's a shame. And by the way, thank you for your service with the Marine Corps. As a veteran, I really appreciate that. So.
Well, thank you. Same to you. Thank you for your service. But if I had notice, proper notice, I would have been to a meeting if there wasn't something else scheduled that was important. So, and I understand your concern. That's a fair assessment. And I would agree with you because I've never liked it when people had a history of not showing up for the meetings.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed in many boards that I attend, that typically people that are online are less influential and basically have a harder time putting forth arguments because reading the inflection of the person that you're talking to or their nonverbal signs is very important in communications. So like I said, I'm disappointed that our 2 incumbents did not show up again for this board. Is there any way that we could postpone appointing these people or appointing people to this board until they can find time to come?
I'm not inclined to do that. They showed up online. The one gentleman stated that he's out of town for a funeral.
There were 2 other meetings he could have come to.
That's fine, but I'm not inclined to delay this anymore.
The option available to the commission is a motion to table. Any commissioner can make that motion at any time. It will require a second discussion and then a vote. If you'd like to make the motion, you have that ability. If not, we'll proceed with the process as it stands.
May I answer that question?
No, this is discussion among the commission. Thank you.
So I guess I put forth a motion to table this until a meeting where they could show up.
That's your prerogative if you'd like to do that.
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Hapestay moves to table. It needs a second. I haven't heard a second at this time, but we'll continue with this and there's no finality yet. We're continuing with the discussion.
Mr. Quinn was still online and would like to answer that question and wasn't given the opportunity.
The question of
about not being in attendance that Commissioner Heffestay asked about.
Oh, if there's a question about your attendance to meetings, you can speak to that, but you're not being given an opportunity to comment on the commission's procedure. Go ahead. You can discuss your attendance at meetings, Mr. Quinn.
It was Mr. Wiggin.
Wiggin.
Mr. Wiggin, sorry, Mr. Wiggin, excuse me. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I was not notified of any prior meeting that I needed to attend. And on this meeting, I received a phone call, somebody telling me I was on the agenda. And I had to contact the county for the information in order to find out how to join this meeting. My wife and I go away every Easter. It's common. And with 2 days notice, I just didn't have the ability to change that. I show up at almost all the meetings. I think I've gone online a couple times. I agree, online is not the best way to handle the BZA. But it's allowed right now. And maybe we could change that in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Mood, for explaining. I think I misunderstood the
Yeah.
point that was raised.
And I think it's a fair point, Commissioner Heffestay. But because we post the agenda on Monday and it's just, I can understand. I do appreciate that folks are online. I think that shows that they care even if they're not here physically. So I understand both.
To repeat myself, this is at least the third meeting we've had where this has been on the agenda. And the applicants have not found a way to apply or apply in person. We had evening meetings, we had day meetings, and they didn't show up.
Your point is noted. Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Heffestay.
And like I said, this is probably the most important board that we appoint to, and we have faceless people that won't show up to the meetings.
Okay. Thank you. To that point, do we have Mr. DeLima available for an interview?
Unless he's in the room. Otherwise, no, there is no Mr. DeLima online.
Okay, there's no automatic disqualification. So we have 4 candidates. 3 have been interviewed. Traditionally, the way we move forward, and I'd like to continue with that tradition, is that we ask for nominees and we do a straw poll vote at the commission. And the candidates who receive the most votes should then be formally appointed via a motion. And that would proceed as follows. Once we do the straw poll vote, I'll identify who has the most votes. Most support via straw poll. Then there will be a motion to appoint X and Y to the Jefferson County Board of Zoning Appeals for a 3-year term ending January 1st, 2029. So we start with a straw poll. It's an informal discussion, and then we actually make the motion. The motion is the commission action. It's not official until we take that motion. Does everybody understand? That's how we typically do it.
We nominate first, then we vote.
Yep.
So I'd like to nominate Dave Wiggin.
Okay. Are there other nominations?
I'd like to nominate John Quinn.
Okay. Are there other nominations? Okay. If there are only 2 nominations to the board and there are 2 vacancies, I'm not sure that we need a straw poll. I think we move forward with a motion. Chair would like to hear a motion to appoint Mr. Quinn and Mr. Wiggin to the Jefferson County Board of Zoning Appeals for a 3-year term ending January 1st, 2029. We can certainly have discussion on that, but I'm only hearing 2 nominations. So is there such a motion? There's a motion for Commissioner Mood. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Commissioner Stolper. Discussion.
I thank both of them for being online. I am wishing we had more applicants just so we could, see other folks as well. And I wish the other folks were here or online as well.
I would say that both of our online applicants do appear to be eminently qualified and that they do hold the specter of experience. But I can't vote for people on the BZA that won't show up to our meetings, period.
Other questions or comments in discussion before we vote on the motion? All right, let's call the question. There's a motion on the floor to appoint Mr. Quinn and Mr. Wiggin, to the Jefferson County Board of Zoning Appeals for a 3-year term ending January 1st, 2029. All those, let's do a roll call vote. Commissioner Heffestay?
No.
Commissioner Keys?
Yay.
Commissioner Mood?
Yay.
Yep. Commissioner
Commissioner Stolper?
Yep.
Commissioner Maggi votes yes. That motion passes 4-1. Next on our agenda, we have Planning Commission interview. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your service. Yeah.
Next on our agenda, we have Planning Commission interviews. In this case, there are 3 openings, not 2. The following applicants were nominated for an interview. Brad Luttrell, did I pronounce that correctly? Luttrell, I'm not sure.
Luttrell, I believe.
Luttrell, excuse me, Mr. Luttrell, Brad Luttrell, Nick Russo, Tim Smith, Krista Edwards, Chris Garcia, John Henry Dale, Kaylin Stam, Adam Shively, Mike Dick. We're going to go through the order that's presented in the agenda. We're on page 38. Brad Luttrell, are you available in person or online? Mr. Luttrell is here.
And
Excellent.
while he is coming up, I'll just let you know that for this board. The board meets every fourth Tuesday of the month at 7 PM here in this meeting room. Would provide both the bylaws and the code sections in the packet. The terms are 3 years, opening in March. They need to be residents of the county. At least 3/5 have to be a resident for at least 3 years prior to the appointment. They may have business before the planning commission, notwithstanding other sections of the code, and they may serve on various planning commissions at the same time, for instance, on a municipal planning commission.
All right, and do all of the applicants meet those qualifications?
Correct.
They do. Excellent. Mr. Luttrell, let me ask you, I think you're going to hear a lot of questions, but let me just start by providing you an opportunity to introduce yourself, opening statement, if you will, or to answer the hard-hitting question, why would you like to serve on the Planning Commission?
My name is Brad Luttrell. I've owned and operated a farm here in Jefferson County for over 40 years. My wife and son and I are invested in the county. I'm at a position in my life where I feel I can devote the time to serve the community in some capacity, and I would like to do so on the Planning Commission.
Thank you, sir. I have 3 questions I'm going to ask all of the Planning Commission candidates. My first question is, do you think our current ordinances are too restrictive for agritourism in rural zones?
Not from what I know of them, no.
Thank you. My second question is, if you're trying to accomplish a goal, whether that's drafting an ordinance or passing a motion or something else, and counsel for the Planning Commission advises that that action would contradict state law, how would you handle that situation?
So my interpretation of serving on the Planning Commission board is it is your responsibility to review applications as they come up and vote on them in accordance with how they affect the county present and future. But that has to be done within the confines of the current county, state laws and regulations. So that might mean voting on something you don't like, but you have to.
Okay. My third question is, our citizens are interested in conserving farmland. It's a policy priority for the county commission, and I have heard it discussed at the Planning Commission many times. What experience do you have with farmland conservation, and what experience do you have specifically with voluntary conservation programs?
We are actually currently in the final stages of farmland preservation for our farm. I think it is a good program. I think it is a viable alternative for a farmer to assess a better value for their farmland as they reach retirement, or if they don't have heirs that want to take over. I would like to see more participation in it, but it's hard at the present until we come up with alternatives for funding to match some of the prices that people can achieve in other avenues.
Thank you. Other questions from the commission?
I have 2 of the same questions I want to ask every applicant. You already answered one of them. My first question is, do you own property in Jefferson County? You certainly did state that your farm's in the process of being in preservation. I do sit on the Farmland Preservation Board, and I'm aware of that. What would your vision be for Jefferson County for the next 10 years?
I would like to see the county at best maintain the growth it has. I wouldn't like to see a lot of expansion. There is room, I think, in the county for the development of some light industry as it is, all our growth is pretty much residential, and which makes us pretty much a bedroom community. So
I agree. Thank you. Thank you.
Other questions from the commission?
Yes.
Oh, you can go.
Commissioner Mears is recognized, and then Commissioner Keys.
When projects come to you that can be projects come to you that can gain a lot of interest from differing members of the community, how do you view moving forward with those?
well, there again, you have to assess what parameters of existing law and regulations they fall into. So I think that's the primary thing. The secondary is, who wants it for what reason.
Thank you. Commissioner
Yeah.
Keys is recognized.
Yes, so my question is geared more towards your experience. Do you have any experience with zoning, planning, or subregs? Any professional experience that you feel qualifies you for this position?
I never served on a board of this type. I've served on the Jefferson County Farm Bureau Board. I've been the past president of the Farm Bureau. So, but other than that, I've not served on a board of this type.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the commission? Thank you, Mr. Luttrell.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Nick Russo. Mr. Russo, if you could come on up. Okay, here's a hard-hitting question. Are you ready for it?
Yes, sir.
Why would you like to serve on the Planning Commission? Or if you would prefer, you can offer an opening statement, introduce yourself.
Sure. My name is Nicholas Russo. I'm a veteran and business owner in Jefferson County. I also live in Jefferson County. I want to be on the Planning Commission to help serve my community and help facilitate some of the businesses that are trying to come into the area and see more low impact businesses come to the area and preserve some of that farmland as, again, even my business that's in the area preserves the farmland as we're not building anything on it or destroying any of the land around it.
Thank you. I have the same three questions for all applicants. The first question is, do you think our current ordinances are too restrictive for agritourism in rural zones?
No.
Second question is, if you're trying to accomplish a goal, whether that's drafting an ordinance or passing a motion or something else, and council advises that the action would contradict state law, how would you handle that situation?
State and federal law supersedes any local ordinances and things like that. You just have to follow the bureaucratic process when it comes to that.
Thank you. My third question is, our citizens are interested in conserving farmland. What experience do you have with farmland conservation, and what experience do you have with voluntary conservation programs?
Well, when it comes to farmland, as someone who is a hunter and also a licensed falconer, preserving farmland and preserving rural areas is a big thing. So as I said in one of my opening statements, is bringing in smaller industries that have very low impact on farmland and not trying to build up so much of this farmland would be the way I would go about preserving a lot of the stuff.
Thank you. And you currently serve on the JCDA, the Development Authority. Are you seeking to resign that position and join the Planning Commission, or to serve on both?
Serve on both.
Okay, excellent. Further questions from the commission?
Yes, I'll have the same too.
Commissioner Stalliper is recognized.
Yeah, thank you. Do you sort of answered because you have a business here, but do you own property in Jefferson County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your vision for Jefferson County in the next 10 years?
I would like to see more businesses in the area. There's not a lot going on in Jefferson County. I would like to see more go on, especially seeing like low impact businesses. Nothing that's super, super crazy, but again, some businesses in the area would be nice. Basically not have to travel to Hagerstown or Winchester for a lot of the stuff.
Understood.
My mom always wanted a Red Lobster here, so I think, and a Cracker Barrel, so, yeah.
Further questions from the
Yeah.
commission?
How do you view how to handle projects that gain attention from differing sides of the project?
It all depends on impact, what it does for the county, and what does it do for the people. That's how I would variation on the different projects that come through.
And then,
Commissioner Keys?
yeah, what experience do you have with zoning, sub regulations? Do you have any professional background that qualifies you to be on the board?
For someone who opened a business in Jefferson County in Shepherdstown, I had to go through a lot of the zoning ordinances and read and go through all the planning ordinances and read and all the different types of ordinances that you had to go through there. To do that, I filed for multiple variances myself and a cup as well.
Further questions from the commission? Thank you, Mr. Russo.
No problem.
All right, our next applicant is, did I lose my place? Tim Smith. Thank you, Mr. Smith. You currently serve on the planning commission in the capacity as chairman, is that right?
That's correct.
Great. Could you tell us why you would like to continue in that role or open and offer an opening statement, whichever you prefer, sir?
Well, I'm Tim Smith, lifelong resident farmer, lived at the same address my entire life. Just want to try to give something back to the community. You know, you hear everybody complain about everything, but nobody volunteers and tries to help with anything. So that's, I live here. I plan on living here. My kids plan on living here. We plan on farming here for generations.
Thank you. I'm going to switch up the order and have commissioners ask in a different order. Commissioner Keys, would you like to go first, or I can go first? Or-
Sure. Yeah. So
Go ahead,
what,
Commissioner Keys.
so I probably know some of this answer, but I'll be consistent. What professional background do you have that qualifies you to be on the planning commission?
Well, like I said, I'm a self-employed farmer. We've, and you talk about the agritourism. I do have a livestock auction, a horse auction on my farm to help support our farm. To answer some questions you asked earlier, I think it's pretty good deal for the ag community now. It was pretty easy for me to do that, and I think it should be for the farmers to do that to support farms. We've had some parent-to-child lots created on the farm, kind of been through the process, and I've served 3 years on this, on the planning commission already.
Excellent.
I'll ask the same two questions you already answered. The first one about whether you own property in Jefferson County, which is certainly you own a farm. But what is your vision for Jefferson County in the next 10 years?
Well, I'd like for it to be like it was when I was 10 years old, but it's not like that. You know, you need controlled growth, need voluntary programs. I currently have 132 acres in a conservation easement through farmland preservation. Need to have more programs like that to preserve more farm ground, and you just need controlled growth and watch what you're doing.
Other questions from the commission?
Yeah, how do you view how to handle projects that gain attention from differing sides of a project?
Well, you just got to follow the ordinances and the law and just listen to the people. You know, listen to concerns. Just somebody made a comment earlier about that. You know, when you're talking about the ordinances, it's good to hear the comments because it can definitely base your decision on things. And just, you got to read the law. You got to follow the law.
Tim, I served with you on the planning commission. You always did a good job, and I thought you were an independent thinker, which I appreciate. I remember you making a comment that you didn't like being a rubber stamp. Do you ever feel that way on the planning commission anymore, or do you feel like your opinions are being heard?
They are on some items, variances and different things and stuff like that. Yeah, you're heard.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the same three questions of all applicants, even though you touched on some of these topics already. The first question is, and this is a little bit different from what you mentioned. Do you think our current ordinances are too restrictive for agritourism in rural zones?
I don't think so right now.
Okay. Thank you. If you're trying to accomplish a goal, whether that's drafting an ordinance or passing a motion or something else, and council advises that the action would contradict state law, how would you handle that situation?
You better follow the law.
Okay. Our citizens are interested in conserving farmland. What experience you mentioned this already, but I need to be consistent with my questions. What experience do you have with farmland conservation, and what experience do you have with voluntary conservation programs?
I've did 2 different parcels at 2 different times in farmland preservation.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Further questions from the commission? Thank you. Our next applicant is Krista Edwards. Ms. Edwards, thank you so much for being with us today.
Good morning,
Okay.
good afternoon, whatever it is.
We're right on the line. It's 12:12. So I'll start with a stumper. Why would you like to be on the planning commission? That's a joke, of course. If you could address that or introduce yourself or opening statement, whatever you prefer.
Of course. Fundamentally, I think I can be helpful. I'd like to be helpful. I appreciate your leadership and what you've brought to the county. And frankly, I'd like to be a part of it. I'd like to be helpful. I think I have the background and skills to be helpful on the planning commission. I'm a retired lawyer. I spent close to 20 years in private practice in the civil litigation practice. And then I was in the leadership of a safety agency within the Department of Transportation, little known, called the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, which sets standards for and enforces standards for the movement of oil and natural gas and all other hazardous materials by pipelines and all other modes of transportation. So I did that for a few years. And while it doesn't pertain directly to zoning and land use, I think my experience and background gives me the skills to apply the law to factual situations, to understand complex regulatory issues, to work with engineers and others with technical expertise. But fundamentally, I'd like to serve this community that I love. My husband and I bought our home here almost 25 years ago, and Lord willing, and the river doesn't rise, we'd like to spend the rest of our lives here, and we love this place.
We all share that sentiment. That's well said.
Mhm.
Commissioner Keys, would you like to start?
Well, I feel like you answered my question already. Why do you feel like you're qualified with your professional background for this role? But I honestly think you've answered it. So unless you'd like to add anything, we can move on to other.
I don't think so.
Okay,
A
yeah.
lot of other people to interview, so
Yeah.
I won't drone on about my legal
Okay.
background.
But I think you're very well qualified, and I think that's something on our planning commission that we could use your background and skill set. So.
Other questions from the commission? I'll do my.
I'd just like to say
Commissioner
that,
Heffestay is recognized.
This is one of the more impressive resumes I've seen on my tenure on the commission. So thank you for applying. If by chance you don't get appointed today, please look at other positions that are available throughout the county. I think you would be a good fit on many boards that we have. So thank you for applying.
Other questions from the commission?
I'll ask my two, so I'm consistent. Of course, you already answered my first one. And I like the fact you said that the river doesn't rise because you live along the river. I know, and you'll be here forever. So my second question is, what would your vision be for Jefferson County for the next 10 years?
I agree that we need more commercial development in order to build prosperity in the community and resiliency in our tax base. So I agree with those who have said, let's try to seek out low impact commercial development. We all know that we don't want to end up being only a bedroom community without a tax base.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have the same 3 questions for all applicants. My first question is, do you think our current ordinances are too restrictive for agritourism in rural zones?
I recognize a leading question when I hear one. The honest truth is, it's not something I've looked at closely. I would appreciate opportunity to talk to you more about it, to look at it carefully and to find out if that is the case. Obviously, it would be imperative to address that, that gap.
Okay, I've never asked a leading question before. We're all joking and laughing here. Yeah, that's well said. My next question is, if you're trying to accomplish a goal, whether that's drafting an ordinance or passing a motion or something else, and council advises that the action would contradict state law, how would you handle that situation?
With all due respect, having been an attorney myself in private practice and in government service, I probably have a different perspective on it. Obviously, we're governed by state law. We're governed by federal law. We're governed by the Constitution, but lawyers should be problem solvers. So I would take a hard look at it, and I might push back.
Thank you. My last question is, our citizens are interested in conserving farmland. What experience do you have with farmland conservation, and what experience do you have with voluntary conservation programs?
I have zero experience other than my heartfelt gratitude to those who have put their farm in farmland preservation. I wish we could do more to, I know, talk to Commissioner Stolifer about that in order to increase the incentives for that, because as you point out, that's part of the character and beauty of our community that drew us all here. And not to mention how critical it is to our nation and our food supply that we preserve farmland. So I don't have any personal experience, but I'm all in favor.
Thank you. Other questions from the commission? Thank you, Ms. Edwards. All right, our next applicant is Chris Garcia. Mr. Garcia, come on up. I have a tough question to start. Why would you like to serve on the Planning Commission? If you prefer, you can offer an introductory opening statement.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Chris Garcia, for the record, I'm a resident of Jefferson County. I live at 25 Bayberry Court, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. I've been in this county for almost 15 years now. I think I'm losing my math. And so this is my home. I'm a native Texan, but I've made this my home away from home. So I would like to talk a couple of points. One is professional. I'm a longtime certified professional planner that's been in the field for a number of years, going on 2.5 decades. And I think at some point as a certified planner, we have a responsibility to participate in our community and lend our expertise to good community development as volunteer. I do hope to ensure some good planning best practices are implemented. Planning ethics, because there is a planner's ethics and a planning commissioner's ethics that boards and commissions should adhere to, as well as see some of the opportunities that we have in this community to actually become a really vibrant community and improve its value over time. On the personal side, again, as I said, this is my home. I think it's incumbent on me to do so, to participate in government. As a retired Marine, I do believe also that it's my duty to participate in the government and to participate in government as afforded to me by the Constitution, which I swore to defend. So I do hope to bring some of that expertise to the Planning Commission and hopefully impact a lot of great potential that we have in this community, but also help the community avoid some of the pitfalls I've seen in other communities I've worked in. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask Commissioner Moot or Commissioner Heffesay, would you like to start with questions so we can rotate whoever starts?
Just like to say thank you for your service. You also have an impressive background. I think you're actually a trained planner. Is that what I understand?
That's correct. I
remember when I went to college, that wasn't on the syllabus. Classes in county or zoning. I wish it had been. But yeah, do you support zoning regulations?
Of course, zoning ordinances are a vital part of our development framework that we have in this country. And it does have a long history.
Yeah, there's a reason they're in place.
Yes,
and
when it's
it basically protects everyone.
Yes,
like you don't need any protection from your neighbor, I'm sure, except I've had neighbors that I needed protection from. So it's probably a good thing that we have zoning. Do you support property rights?
Of course.
And how do you weigh the two against each other?
Well, there's several aspects when deciding any given case. Obviously, the site or community aspects of it. There's a number of factors that go into any given case, compatibility with other things around it. There's obviously the property rights aspect, which is foundational to our constitutional rights in this country. But we also have to consider the public benefit, economic impacts, supportability with infrastructure, and a whole list of other things that could be considered on any given case.
You seem to be eminently qualified for one of these positions. Thank you for applying.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Keys?
I think I'll be funny. What is your professional background that qualifies you to be on the planning commission?
I'm approaching 25 years in the community and neighborhood planning of varying natures. I've spent my first 9 years in the city of San Antonio as a neighborhood planner, doing long-range community planning at the neighborhood level, much the same as any major metropolitan city. I've kind of fluctuated in and out of the federal market as well. I've also been the comprehensive planning manager for Loudoun County, led the Envision Loudoun process for quite a while. That position, I had a team of 10 planners, including historic preservation, as well as the land conservation program within that. So I've experience also in the town of Herndon as a zoning administrator and as well as a preservation planner in that realm for a small town for a number of years. I'm currently in the federal market working on DoD projects right now. So I've got an extensive amount of experience in the field, and I can continue to get towards retirement, but I'm going to again contribute to my community in this capacity. Thank you.
You already answered mine, so.
Mr. Stolper?
I'll be consistent and ask my two questions. Do you currently own property in Jefferson County?
Yes.
Okay. And what would be your vision for Jefferson County for the next 10 years?
My vision, I've taken a look at the plan as it stands now, the comprehensive plan, and looked at the zoning ordinance. But my vision for the community I see is there's a really great opportunity for dense development and a great economic opportunity in a lot of those areas, mostly around some of our major transportation routes. Conversely, we also have, which we've talked about extensively, is we have a very charming and unique rural community in which I live kind of in the semi-rural area that is valuable, I think will be valuable into the future, and that needs to be preserved. So it's going to take a balanced approach to our planning decisions that we make as a community. I do see the plan as I can see a lot of thoughtful time and effort was put in by the community and the planners to come up with some good goals and objectives, but I think it needs to be a little bit more detailed to help guide that development, especially that dense development, if we really want it to happen in a way that's going to really prove to be a signature of this county, which it can. But I think again, I'm hoping to lend some expertise to that so that we get some better outcomes. I think the plan probably needs a little bit more depth to it, some little more technical analysis to it, and needs to be tied to our zoning ordinance a little bit better. But overall, I think we have some great opportunities to make things work in this community.
I didn't quite hear you. What is it that needed more depth and analysis? I couldn't hear.
The comprehensive plan.
The comprehensive.
Yeah, particularly in the land use sections and the transportation needs to be tied together a little bit better.
Okay.
But it does require a little bit more technical expertise in drawing those kind of two aspects together. My experience in Loudoun County, we did an in-depth, a lot of technical evaluation of what does a development create, how much traffic is it generating, how many school children are we going to generate, what's that cost? And those are all metrics we just don't currently have right now, but I think we can start thinking about it at least a little more in our discussions.
I think that was the best answer I've heard since my time on the commission for any interview. I would just like to point that out. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to say this whole interview with you has been a grand slam home run. So thank you for coming and applying.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to ask my same three questions. I just wanted to follow up on the point about the comp plan. Do you think it would be good for Jefferson County to do an off-cycle comp plan update, or would you think it's appropriate to wait till the next cycle?
I think off-cycle might be in order depending on what the budget is, and I understand those parameters. I think there's again a lot of thoughtful input went into that, and I think it's got a really good framework for a lot of things. There's some reorganization it probably needs. But again, tying transportation, there's not enough transportation recommendations in there right now. I think we can probably be a little bit more creative about what kind of development, dense development we would like. Above and beyond townhomes and more of the same single-family homes, I think we need to take a look at that. I think we have some good areas of opportunity that we can really capitalize on to create that dense fabric of the county and still maintain the rural aspects of it. And I think that's also another thing is where those dividing lines are. Loudoun County's kind of held that line. It's been a kind of a battleground over the decades, but I think that's something that the county needs to take a look at and really defining those areas that where we want to preserve. And I'm all for those things too, because I think it's part of what's the charm and what's I can call home in this county.
And the higher dense areas, the major corridors, I appreciate what you said in those higher dense areas. One of the things we instituted as a commission and the planning commission, we have a few folks here, is a residential commercial zoning. It's a new designation we just established, which requires a 25% minimum commercial requirement. So my goal as well is to have not just townhomes, but that commercial tax base implemented, especially along those major corridors, so we can ensure that we capture that base as our population is growing.
Wholeheartedly agree. I think those are all good moves. I think, you know, in the case of Loudoun County, my experience was they weren't prepared to deal with alternative lower or smaller units that are more affordable for people. So that opportunity was lost when they deleted their Silver Line plan, which I was working on with another planner. So they just folded it into their comprehensive plan. So I think if we can find ways to get some more dense development at smaller units at a better price point, it's going to be even more attractive to people to be here, vice typical townhomes and just single family homes. So I think we have an opportunity to do some of that around here. And I think that'd be a great thing for the county. And then have the ability to have that rural area aspect is a wonderful thing. I think that's something Loudoun was successful at and is. But again, I'm hoping to lend some of that. Maybe we can find ways that we can kind of strengthen what we have. Because again, I think there's some thoughtful effort gone into things that have done. I think the zoning ordinance probably is probably going to need to follow suit after if you do an off cycle. Because we need to really work on some of those land use categories and looking at what that means to zoning. Because obviously the plan should guide the zoning, but the zoning is obviously the legal aspects of what people can and can't do.
And there could be some aspects we could, you know, pull up the comprehensive plan and we could maybe just define in a meeting just to give it a little bit more meat, whether that be added formally in, but could give some direction.
Sure. I think some form-based stuff, form-based language in the plan and form-based code, maybe taking a look at that. So how things come out and how they look, what kind of feel they have without being overly restrictive, I think can be done. Maybe with just some improvements to the plan.
I'm a big supporter of form-based code. I think it invites investment in a community because it provides predictability for the investors, some of whom are not local guys. We always want to encourage local investors, but if you're coming from out of state and you don't understand what the rules are, a form-based code makes it more predictable.
Yeah, I think so. I would agree. And the lack thereof kind of almost counterintuitively can prevent that from happening because the other development types are a little easier. Versus getting the type of developers that kind of do that kind of stuff. And we have the opportunity to not make the mistake that Loudoun County did, just my opinion.
I have my same three questions, but there was another point that you brought up earlier that I wanted to touch on as well. You mentioned planning ethics. Can you speak to that and specifically the issue of addressing conflicts of interest on a planning commission, whether it's people who have businesses or own property, and how does planning ethics play a role in that?
Well, in general, it's just really about a balanced, unbiased, objective approach to any given case or action that a board member or board is taking. In general, as planners, we're not, obviously, we are to approach the profession in an unbiased manner, using our professional opinion and using data when available, but also good planning practice as well as the law. Of course. So those things are kind of embedded in the AICB Code of Ethics, which is published online by the American Planning Association and the American Institute of Certified Planners. And those are things I can bring to the commission and say, hey, this is what we should be following. So just keep these in mind as we're making our decisions. One, it creates trust in the organization, but it also is a legal protection against faulty decision-making by the commission and faulty recommendations to the Jefferson County Commission.
Thanks. I'll go back to my standard questions for all three. Excuse me, for all candidates. I have three questions. The first is, do you think our current ordinances are too restrictive for agritourism in rural zones?
No, I just perused that. I went over that. I don't think there's anything that's restrictive about it. I think probably there's, and conversely, it probably needs some incentive somehow, some other way to get that kind of development if we want that.
Could you comment a little bit more about the incentive point that you made?
Well, there could be some type of local, if we're trying to attract that kind of agritourism, or whether it's a viticulture or anything like that, some of that could be tax abatements or anything like that. That may be incentives to have that kind of use. Those are just recommendations. I'm not sure on state law on financing and how that does or how that works. I know that with historic districts in certain communities, we can do that. We can give local tax abatements for a certain amount of period of time for preservation of a property for that use. So that may be possible in West Virginia. I'm just not familiar with that.
Right. We do have the option to offer pilot programs. I don't know how
Yes.
it would work in rural because the taxes are not.
It's tough for them.
Yeah, it's something to look at.
They're just other things strategies you can look at. Those are things that can be tasked the planning staff to go take a look at and see if there's any recommendations. Some of it just requires research throughout the country to see what other jurisdictions have done. And then we can kind of see if those are applicable here and within the laws of West Virginia. We've done that with other types of ordinances, like preservation ordinances. When we write those, I've written ordinances for other communities for certain like preservation of properties that don't qualify for historic preservation. We gave them an alternative zoning ability to preserve their property and have a different zoning that allowed them to preserve the architecture.
Right.
But we had to research around the country to figure out how they were doing that.
Well, that's a perfect segue to my next question. If you're trying to accomplish a goal, whether it's drafting an ordinance or passing a motion or something else, and council advises that the action would contradict West Virginia state law, how would you handle that situation?
I think, and I can appreciate one of my predecessors' answers. One, in general, we'll follow the law and acknowledge that the council has advised. However, in some cases, there may be some law. There's also case law that for some people are a little obscure. There are federal case laws on things like signage and certain land use aspects that would have to be weighed. So there may be an opportunity or an instance where, as a commissioner, I would say, hey, I think we need to table this and we need to look at this case. As a part of our profession, we're required to understand about case law, and I research land use case law and zoning law quite frequently for various reasons. But I think those on a case-by-case basis, I will defer to legal in a lot of those, but it's not a rubber stamp either. There's other case law that's out there that may play into any decision-making.
Thank you. And then the last question I have is, our citizens are interested in conserving farmland. What experience do you have with farmland conservation, and what experience do you have with voluntary conservation programs?
As I mentioned with Loudoun County as the comprehensive planning manager within my historic preservation team that I had oversight on, that was part of our list of required duties, was to manage and process land conservation easements. So I've kind of dealt with that for a good 2 to 3 years almost.
And I'm just follow-up question with that.
It's all in Western Loudoun County, of course. Yes.
Do you have any experience with TDRs, BLTs? Do you think that could be a feasible way to achieve land conservation while also incentivizing farmers?
It could. I haven't read through the ordinance lately, so I mean, I did skim through what's there, so there could be. We probably need to do some research on that. Again, that's hopefully with a commission, we can work with our staff to help find some of those answers. And I'm certainly willing to work with staff to find answers to problems that we can, because usually there's a way around it. There's uniquely in West Virginia, we don't have a lot of case law, and zoning is spotty depending on where you're at, even here in this county. I think it's getting better. I see the improvements that have been made over the years that I've been here. But we can definitely figure out ways we can do those, achieve those things, incentivize land conservation, again, protect that part of the county that's really valuable in the sense of character defining features. And I think that's something some of our adjacent counties have done well.
And I think Loudoun County announced a program at the county government level, the Board of Supervisors there, to preserve X amount of acres by year Y or something to that effect. It was an
Yeah, I think
overarching
they
goal.
Put that in the plan. I left before the plan was completed.
Okay.
But the idea is yes, and a lot of that program ran through my team.
It did. Okay.
But those that land preservation easements ran through my historic preservation officer.
Then
Under my
I'd just
team.
like to conclude with a statement. You don't have to respond if you don't want to. It's not really a question, but just as an FYI for our millions and millions of fans watching, 80% of the housing that comes into Jefferson County is actually being approved by the municipalities. We talked a lot about housing, and I'd just like to note that for the record. And we love our friends in those municipalities, but it's not really the county planning commission that's approving those projects. It's the municipal planning commissions. And that's a dynamic that I think that Loudoun County had to deal with both Herndon and Leesburg, but I'm out of my depth on that one.
Herndon's actually Fairfax. But there's the coordination between the staffs quite well, at least in that example. There are some interactions with, as far as Loudoun, like Round Hill. I mean, we did have to deal with some of those. But we also afforded, zoning and land use criteria that was kind of specific to those kinds of jurisdictions, even though they may have incorporated and have that jurisdiction over what goes and what doesn't. But I think that's probably one of the things I've been curious, but I think is maybe lacking is that kind of integration between the municipalities and the county to ensure we're getting a broader strategy to the kind of growth everybody wants to see. I see that land clearing in Ranson. I think it can be productive in the near term, but in the long term, I'm a little concerned with infrastructure and how that's going to hold up, and are they going to be able to manage that?
Yeah, that's
because it impacts all of us actually. At the end of the day,
it does. The challenge for us as a county commission is funding county services, specifically ambulance. I would say that again, this is a statement, I'm not asking a question. The challenge that we have as a county is that as the population rises, we have an increased need for county services. Certain municipalities are approving residential and commercial at the same time so that it's balanced. Other municipalities are approving at a rate that's 95 to 0 or 100 to 0, and it's really placing a strain on the county. And I'll just leave that statement.
Yeah, I'll respond and I'll stop talking because I'll talk planning all day with you. So yeah, I think that's another, again, there's some things that Loudoun County did wrong in a lot of ways. It's just my opinion, and that's not to be overly critical in the planning sense. But I think there's a lot of things that they did right. And one was understanding impacts of any development. So fire services, parks, schools, those are all part of the evaluation that we would go through, including my section we would do for any of the land use applications and any of the plan amendments that were coming through. We would have to do that kind of thorough evaluation of what are all the impacts, fire service, EMS, roads, parks, how much does that generate? Do we need parks for people? Because the answer is yes. We need all those things. It's not just the land development and some roads that somebody may have put in. There's other things people need in the community to have what we call complete community. So I think that type of interaction is something that needs to occur with the municipalities, and it's also something we need to consider as a commission.
Further questions from the commission for Mr. Garcia? Thank you.
Thank you so much for applying.
My pleasure. Thank you, commissioners.
All right. Our next applicant is John Henry Dale. Mr. Dale, come on up. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to hit you with a tough question to start. Why would you like to serve on the Planning Commission? Or if you prefer, just introduce yourself or provide an opening statement, sir.
Sure. Thanks very much for having me and for the opportunity to speak. And thanks to all of you for your service to the county. Good morning. And thanks. Yeah, my name's John Henry Dale. I previously served on the Harpers Ferry Planning Commission, and I currently serve on the Jefferson County Historic Landmarks Commission. I'm applying to the Planning Commission because I care deeply about the future of this county, and I believe the 2045 Comprehensive Plan gives us a strong and thoughtful framework to guide that future. What stands out to me in the plan is the emphasis on balance. The plan recognizes that Jefferson County is both growing but still fundamentally rural. And over 80% of the land remains in rural zoning. And so our responsibility is not to stop growth, but to shape it intelligently. The plan is very clear. Growth should be directed to areas where infrastructure can support it through urban growth boundaries and preferred growth areas. I also think TDRs and BLTs are a great idea. While preserving farmland, open space, and historic landscapes. That's not just good planning, it's good economics. Poorly placed growth strains infrastructure, while well-planned growth strengthens the tax base and protects long-term value. I strongly support the plan's emphasis on cluster development as a tool to reduce sprawl and preserve rural character. Preserving 50% or more open space while still allowing property owners to develop is exactly the kind of practical balanced solution that respects both private property rights and community interests. Equally important is the plan's recognition that agriculture and rural land are not just heritage, they are economic engines. Supporting agritourism, farmland preservation, and value-added agricultural activity ensures that rural land remains viable, not just scenic. From my perspective on the Historic Landmarks Commission, I've seen firsthand that preservation and growth are not in conflict. In fact, preservation is a strategy for sustainable growth. It enhances tourism, stabilizes property values, and reinforces the identity that makes Jefferson County distinct within this region. Professionally, I bring over 20 years of experience managing complex audio, video, and IT systems, infrastructure, and stakeholder-driven projects. My work is rooted in data, long-range planning, and balancing competing priorities. And I believe these are skills that directly translate to evaluating development proposals and policy decisions in a fair, transparent, and disciplined way. If appointed, my approach would be straightforward. Follow the comprehensive plan as the guiding document, support growth where infrastructure exists or can be efficiently extended, protect rural land, historic resources, and environmental assets, and ensure our decisions are consistent, transparent, and data-driven. Jefferson County is at a pivotal moment, and growth pressures from the surrounding metro area are not going away. The question is whether we shape that growth intentionally or react to it piecemeal. I believe in doing this the right way, honoring property rights, strengthening our economy, preserving the character that makes this county worth protecting in the first place. Thanks for your time, and I'd be honored to serve on this board.
Well said. I'll ask the same three questions I've asked everybody. Do you think our current ordinances are too restrictive for agritourism and rural zones?
I don't think so in general, but there are some additions that I would like to see that would help enhance agritourism. I think I would like to lobby our state legislature to create some version of the 1980 Farmland Vineyard or Wineries Act that Virginia did to create the Loudoun, viticultural district, and then also the Middleburg area, American viticultural area. I'd love to see some equivalent of those state laws enacted here. I believe the Bloomery Plantation closed because some, state liquor laws were very restrictive for them. They were not able to serve drinks. They had to do this sort of sample-based thing. And, that's the kind of agricultural tourism and I guess, leisure activity I'd like to see. So I think to some degree, the restrictions might be more on a state level than local. So
Thank you. My next question is, if you're trying to accomplish a goal, whether that's drafting an ordinance or passing a motion or something else, and council advises the action would contradict state law, how would you handle that situation? Speaking of state law.
yeah, ultimately, we have to adhere to the letter of the law, but I'm going to go with the previous two applicants here, and that sometimes the state law isn't, it doesn't serve the best interests of the people. I think an example of that is HB 2014, where it's really stripped our local control over, zoning of the data centers that are inevitably going to come in. I think it would be great, for example, if we could have some sort of requirement that these data centers each have solar panels on the roof or something along a line that would help reduce the electric load that they're inevitably going to, draw. So ultimately, yeah, we have to follow state law, and we don't want to be in breach of that, but we also need to be thoughtful and considerate of local powers and how we can strengthen and retain those.
Thank you. And my third question is, our citizens are interested in conserving farmland. Of course, you've touched on this, but I'm asking everyone the same questions. What experience do you have with farmland conservation, and what experience do you have with voluntary conservation programs?
Farmland conservation, I worked with the Claymont Society for Continuous Education a while back to conserve and place the entire property into a conservation easement. That was done in conjunction with, I believe, the Eastern Panhandle Land Trust and the Battlefield Trust. And I'm currently working with Claymont to try to preserve more property there and create a buffer zone between them and Huntfield. I've volunteered for Sierra Club about 10 to 15 years ago when I lived on the West Coast, and we worked successfully to, this was not necessarily about farmland preservation, but reducing pollution from coal trains. That's about the extent of my farmland preservation work, but I have worked locally right here in Charlestown on these issues and continue to. And then through, I guess, the Historic Landmarks Commission, we advise and help people that are also looking to preserve their historic properties.
Thank you. And then I asked this question of Mr. Russo. I'll ask the same question for you. You currently sit on another board. Is it the Historic Landmarks Commission? Is it your intent to resign from that board or to serve on both?
Ideally, if it's within county rules to do so, I'd like to serve on both, because I see being some sort of liaison to the Planning Commission from the Historic Landmarks Commission as a real benefit to open, transparent communications between both boards. And I think we've seen a need for that in the past few months. So I'd love to serve on both if at all possible.
Thank you. Other questions from
that question has come up before, and there's no restriction from being on the Historic Landmarks Commission and the Planning Commission, as I was there probably about 8 years on both boards.
Oh, excellent.
So there's no restriction on that. So,
okay.
Other questions from the commission?
I'll ask my same too, so I'm consistent. Do you own property in Jefferson County?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What would be your vision for Jefferson County for the next 10 years?
I'd love to see a movie theater come back into town. We used to have 3 when we were kids here. We could go to movies in town here. We could go out to next to Brothers Pizza, and where was the other one? So it's nostalgic, and I'm, joking to some extent. I've got a larger vision, but I'd really like to see entertainment that keeps people here in Jefferson County, so we don't have to, go elsewhere for musical, cultural options. Largely, what I would really love to see is that Jefferson County retains its historical character and these parts of American history that are so valuable and so intrinsic to who we are. The growth that we're experiencing to some degree threatens that. And that's why I'd like to serve on the Planning Commission, to be able to help balance smart growth. I'd also love to see, conversely, a lot of high tech and next generation industrial in the Ranson and Burr Industrial Park, stuff like carbon capture. I've got a friend who's working at a really incredible company run by a former NASA JPL literal rocket scientist that's doing carbon capture that actually uses solar panels to generate usable methane. sustainably. Stuff like that, really next generation, high tech, sustainable energy. I'd love to see that kind of industry, and some high tech moving in with, the data centers in zones that are appropriate for it. So it's a balanced approach. I think we need more business, more high tech, but I think we absolutely have to retain our historical character, because that itself is, at this point, probably a larger economic driver than, tech or, commerce right now. Maybe not commerce largely, but it's a big industry, it's historical tourism, and I think we need to preserve it and preserve our historical character.
Thank you.
Are you done, Steve?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'd just like to comment that if you have the opportunity to look at John Henry Dale's resume in the package, I think what impresses me the most is not all the things you've done, but the breadth of what you've done. You're not cookie cutter or soda straw in any one area. You've done a lot of different things, and apparently you've done them all very, very well. I also want to tip my hat to you, as we don't get a lot of people that apply for our boards that are what I call high tech.
Yeah.
And you're probably the most high-tech person I've seen in any of these boards. And you would fit in any of those high-tech environments that I was in my previous life in aerospace and in the Navy. So thank you for applying. Outstanding resume. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jack. I appreciate that. And
Also, your comments and work on the Historic Landmarks Commission have been commendable. I would hate to see you ever leave that. If you could stay there as long as possible, that's great. So you're a good fit for almost everything. So keep up the good work.
Thanks again, and I'll do my best. Thank you.
Other questions from the commission?
I think you answered my question, but is there anything you'd want to add to your professional background that you think you missed?
I've got 20 plus years, like Jack said, in a variety of different industries, largely under the tech umbrella, but I've worked in audio, video, IT, but I've also worked fairly extensively in a volunteer capacity in environmental preservation. I'm a 2015 climate reality leader. And I believe that if we don't preserve our ecology, we don't really preserve our economy. I think one is drawn from the other. What I'd also like to add is that, let me try to, I've lived all over this county in basically every town. I've lived in Summit Point, Middleway, Charlestown, Shepherdstown, Cabletown, and I currently live and in historic Harpers Ferry, where I served as a planning commissioner, and I currently live on the mountain. So I've lived in just about every major town in this county, and I've also lived in DC. My dad was an immigration lawyer in DC, so growing up here, I kind of went back and forth. I've lived in Fairfax County, and I've gone to school in Frederick and in McLean, Virginia. I bring, I think, a large tri-state experience that I think would be beneficial in seeing how counties like Loudoun have developed and Fairfax County has developed and how DC has developed. And what makes those different from Jefferson County. So I think that personal experience is something that I could bring to bear in this, is having a kind of a wide footprint of where I've lived and the things I've seen, and how to keep Jefferson County, unique from the areas that surround it, and also how to implement the good things that Montgomery County, Frederick County, Loudoun County have implemented. So taking from their strengths and maybe learning from their failures.
Thank you so much. And I'll add that I certainly agree with avoiding the mistakes of what I call Northern Virginia style development. We've heard that from a few applicants today, and I commend you, and I agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next applicant is, oops, I scrolled down. Let me scroll back up. Kaylin Stam. She here? And come back. Adam Shively. Mr. Shively, come on down. We've got a tough question to start. Why would you like to serve on the planning commission? Or if you prefer, sir, just an opening statement to introduce yourself to those who don't know you already.
Sure, sure. I've been working in the area as a licensed real estate agent for about 25 years, and I've seen this place grow. And I've seen it just kind of transform. And there's certain things that I think we're doing really well. There's certain things that I think need a better balance. And, just my overall experience working with hundreds of people every year is listening to what they are looking for and what they want to see change about this area. So there's, I bring that to the table. However, here's what I want to say. I'm going to withdraw. I'm not going to muddy the waters. These guys, honestly, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Edwards, Mr. Dale, and come Tim Smith, these guys are fantastic. And I don't think that I can even hold a candle to what they bring to this board. I've thought about this a lot, and I want to be involved, and I love the community that I live in, and I loved raising my kids here. But when I look around at what we have in this room right now, this is a super, super duper group of people. And I would say that's
Adam, you're a
that's where I'm
good guy. I've known you for about 20 years.
Sure thing.
And I really appreciate your comments that you made today. I would just say that we have lots of openings on other boards.
Oh, yeah.
And I genuinely hope that you throw your hat into.
Oh, without a doubt.
Please, because I think you're a good resource for the county.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, okay.
What I've learned sitting here in these last half hour or so with these presentations, I've learned more about planning than I've ever even thought. I mean, these have been some great presentations, and I would definitely love to hear more and get involved more. But as a board with 3 positions open right now, you have some tremendous opportunities here to make this board something really, really special for the next 3 years with what we have sitting right here. So that's kind of my feeling on it. And it's, I humbly pull back because I think there's better opportunities for you.
Mr. Shively, we will find another way
Yes.
for you to volunteer for the community. I respect your decision, and thank you for
Yeah,
joining us.
good
this
luck, guys.
morning.
Thank you.
Right.
I appreciate y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Mike Dick. Okay, not a surprise. The first question is, would you like to introduce yourself, or I can set you up with a softball? Tell us why you'd like to be on the planning commission.
I think maybe I could be a little more objective. The gentlemen before me have a lot more experience in this type of government entity. But being just a local resident, I've lived in Summit Point for 34 years. Been in Jefferson County 40 years. I was in management with Giant Martins in Charlestown and Winchester. I actually opened a Charlestown store in '95. Been in management 45 years, responsible for just about everything you can name. But with the experience these gentlemen have presented, maybe because I'm not as experienced, my objective would be a little more adhered to.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Wu, would you like to start with a question? You haven't started us off, so I'm trying to rotate, but it's not a big deal. We can go to anybody.
So how do you view how you would handle projects that gain attention from differing sides of a project?
Depending on how big the project was and who was involved, I would have to consider trying to think of the best way to say that.
You can always move on and come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Keys, would you
yeah.
like to go next?
Well, thank you for being here, and I appreciate your opening statement. Could you explain your professional background as to how you think, even though you might not have the same skill sets as others, how do you think you could bring a unique skill set to the Planning Commission?
maybe because not as a background that they have, maybe be a little more objective on items that come up. Having been in management, worked well with people, managed people, worked with the public. And according to my resume, I'm involved in several things that are community service oriented and a couple public service oriented, but nothing to this degree.
I saw the Ruritan Club, is that correct?
I've been in the Rotary Club 35 years.
Oh.
I've been president 15 times, not because I wanted it, because nobody else wanted it.
I'm a member of the Rotary Club, so we're arch rivals, but no, kidding. No, but I appreciate it. It's a
Actually,
very-
Rotary broke off of Rotary.
Yes, and they both have a similar mindset, service above self, so I genuinely appreciate what you
Yeah.
guys do.
My problem is now not to get involved in any discussion not relating to this, but the Rotary Club at the fairground may be on the way out. We can't get any members. Nobody wants to volunteer for community service.
Well, I'll put this out there, regardless of what happens today, you should consider joining the Rotary Club.
Could be.
It's an interview and a recruitment
Yeah.
process.
I
Okay,
am
all right.
membership chair.
Maybe
so I
I
have
could,
to-
maybe I could belong to both, because you can belong to
You
more than
can.
one
You
Rotary
can.
Club.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'll go with my three standard questions. The first question is, do you think our current ordinances are too restrictive for agritourism in rural zones?
No.
Okay, and my second question is, if you're trying to accomplish a goal, whether that's drafting an ordinance or passing a motion or something else, and council advises that the action would contradict state law, how would you handle that situation?
Well, listening to previous people speaking to that question, when was that law enacted and how out of date was it? So does discussion have to come up? Does that law need to be changed? Is it something that's outdated? Not applicable to today's society? But I would never go against state law as it is presented.
Thank you. And then the final question is, our citizens are interested in conserving farmland. What experience do you have with farmland conservation? And what experience do you have with voluntary conservation programs?
I have no experience with land conservation. I know of several places in Jefferson County that have that, and I'm all for it.
Excellent. Other questions from?
Yeah, I'll
Commissioner Stolliver is
certainly-
recognized.
certainly be consistent here. Do you own property in Jefferson County?
I have 20 acres in Summit Point.
Okay. What would be your vision for Jefferson County for the next 10 years?
My concern right now, number one, is do we have enough classroom space? Because of the growth, people moving to Jefferson County, I'm concerned, do we have enough classroom space right now? Also, to that degree, I read the comprehensive plan and goal 11 talking about Parks and Rec. I'm concerned with the townhouses that we have. If those particular residents bring one or two children, where are you going to go to have a picnic on Sunday afternoon? It's not going to be on a little 4x4 slab off the back door. So do we have enough space for people to actually go to enjoy a park? I mean, there are parks here, but there's only 2 or 3 that I know that actually have a pavilion that you can get into under the weather.
Parks and Recreation is always got another plan for another park. So I think if anybody's ahead of the game on your question, it's probably Jennifer Myers and her group. So you ought to contact with them and see some of the plans they have. It's really quite enthralling, the stuff that they're doing. So, and they haven't, of course, they have their big area, but they have parks planned for all over the county. So
great.
I think we're in good shape with our Parks and Rec group.
Yeah, we actually, at our Rotary Club last night, I did a little overview, but we have about a 38-acre ground lease that was granted by the Board of Education to the Parks and Rec off of Gardner's Lane and 230 in close to Shepherdstown, because that's part of, in the county, that's one of the areas where there's not a public park. There is privately owned parks, Morgan's Grove Park, but this would be about a 38 acre linear style park, and they are at the end stage of their concept plan. But then they've also, of course, been expanding Moulton Park, and they have the San Michael's Park, but it is a consideration that is very, very true. Every time we have growth, we need to ensure that we have that, the impact fee so we can continue to grow in all these main quadrants to keep both our county safe, staffed, and, parkland, schools, everything. So that's one of our 5 quadrants that we pull funds from for our impact fees is Parks and Rec. So that money can pay for capital improvements or expansion. So hopefully that will work in our favor long term, because I agree with you. We have a lot of homes going up, and the consideration of balance is very important.
Not to take a lot of your time, but are any of you familiar with the park between Summit Point and Middleway?
Yes.
Mike is, and Steve is.
Mhm.
That ground was given by the federal government to Jefferson County, 76 acres, and it sat there for years. I think Bobby Gruber used to plant corn on it. He leased it. 12 people, including myself, decided to form South Jefferson Recreation Council and make a park out of that. Started out with 1 ball field. There's now 3. There's 2 soccer fields, a tennis court. At the time we started, Bill Scott from Summit Point Raceway donated $12,000 for playground equipment. We were cooking hamburgers in an iron skillet for a concession stand. And we donated it after we got it going back to the park. And if you go by there on a Saturday or Sunday, there's probably 200 kids there, and I get a smile on my face every time I go by.
That's beautiful.
I love that. Well, thank you for your
said.
service too.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dick. Other questions from the commission?
I don't have any.
Thank you, Mr. Dick. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. May I ask again, Kalen Stam? Okay, Commissioners, Kalen Stam's resume is on page 54, if you'd like to review it. Before we go into nominations, let me ask if we want to have just a general discussion. If so, go ahead. If not, we'll go into nominations.
I want to say we've got some amazing people who have applied.
Yeah,
It makes it difficult.
I think for me, the planning commission is sometimes seen as political, but really we need expertise on the planning commission. So I would just say, as a member of the planning commission, the qualifications that I want are direct expertise that would lend a hand to the planning commission, because we need to make educated and policy related determinations all the time. And so it's not who I'm closest to, it's who will do the best job. So my preference, the best interview I've seen to date is Mr. Garcia. And I just overwhelmingly am impressed by his background. And I not only think he will help the planning commission, but also will lend a hand to our county as a whole. So, and then Miss Krista Edwards with her law background and extensive experience in federal and private practice, I think will also lend a very unique hand to the county. And then there's many others, but those are 2 new people that have stood out. So I'd like to nominate both of those people.
Excellent. I'll take the nomination, but also if it's all right with the commission, any opening comments or discussion before we go into nominations from everybody?
No, I just, other than I would like to say that we've had some awesome applicants today. Went better than I thought it was going to go. I've been a little bit in awe of a couple people. When I was appointed to the Planning Commission, Steve, many, many years ago, I was unopposed. I think I would have had my butt kicked by at least 3 of the people in the audience today badly. Of course, when I was reappointed twice, unopposed. So it's great to see this kind of talent coming out of the woodwork and applying for this very, very important board. As you probably heard earlier, I thought Board of Zoning Appeals is the most important board we have. My second most important board is the Planning Commission. So I'm looking forward to see what happens with this. But if we're taking nominations, the third person to what Kara put forth is, I was extremely impressed by John Henry Dale's presentation and his background, and I would like to nominate him.
All right. Opening
And-
discussion, comments?
And I would like to nominate Tim Smith.
Opening discussion, comments, and then nominations. I would agree with everything that's been said. I think Mr. Shively actually said it best, which with a remarkable move during an interview, but you know, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, we've got so many qualified people applying here. We have, I'll go ahead and say we'll have, even though Mr. Shively has withdrawn, we had 9 applicants, only 3 spots, all 9 would be qualified, would do a terrific job on the Planning Commission. Unfortunately, we have to pick 3.
And that's pretty amazing to have that many people. We've really turned things around where it used to be spots sat vacant for a long time, trying to just get anybody with a pulse to come in. And now we're actually seeing people coming in, applying and having to make decisions of who will be best for the position for the county.
Planning Commission has attracted a lot of good applicants over the years. I think last year when we did our review for applicants, we had a pretty good collection of people. And this one is probably the strongest group that I've ever seen for any applicant for any particular one board.
All right, we have nominations from 3 of the commissioners. Are there other nominations? Commissioner Stolper, do you have any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Brad Luttrell.
Okay, I'll nominate Mr. Russo. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 nominations. I think how we should move forward is how we've traditionally done it, which is that because there's 3 vacancies, we'll do a straw poll and just raise your hand or give a nod or something for 3 people. If you go to 4, I'll have to cut you off. So keep track, please. All right. But we have, so if you could, it's not a vote. We'll end with an actual vote on an actual motion, but we're going to do a straw poll. The 6 nominees are Luttrell, Russo, Smith, Edwards, Garcia, Dale. And we'll just go through in the order that I have the names written down.
Hold on,
Little
before you,
tally sheet, County Administrator.
it's Krista Edwards and Chris Garcia. So I only have 5. I have Krista Edwards, Chris Garcia, Tim Smith, Brad Luttrell, and Nick Russo.
John
Mr.
Henry.
Dale was nominated as well.
Yeah.
I'm
And-
not sure how that could have been missed.
That's okay. We're just going, I muddied the waters a little bit by having opening discussion blended with nominations. So that's how it was, that's probably how it was missed. But we've got 6 potential people to vote for. I'm going to go through unless there's, the county administrator needs a minute. Are you fine? All right. The 6 names again are Luttrell, Russo, Smith, Edwards, Garcia, Dale.
Could we go in, would it be fine if we went in order of how they were nominated?
Without objections, does anybody?
A second.
With that? All
Okay.
right, that's fine. So that would be Garcia, Edwards,
Dale,
Dale,
Smith, Luttrell, and Russo.
Smith, Luttrell, Russo. It's going to be harder to keep track. I will do my best. All right, starting with Mr. Garcia, just raise your hand.
I counted 4 on that.
Thank you. I'm keeping track of who voted, so nobody votes too many times.
I'll keep track of the numbers.
Ms. Edwards. Next is Mr. Dale. Next is Mr. Smith. Next is Mr. Luttrell. Finally, Mr. Russo. Okay. Oh, that actually worked on the first round. We have one candidate with 4 votes, Garcia, 2 candidates with 3 votes. That's Smith and Russo. We have multiple candidates who had multiple votes and all were overqualified and very much welcome and appreciated in the application process. But with that straw poll, the chair would like to hear a motion to appoint Mr. Garcia, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Russo to the Jefferson County Planning Commission for 3-year terms ending March 31st, 2029. Is there such a motion? There's a motion. Second, Commissioner Mood, been seconded by Commissioner Stolliper. Discussion. If
I
there's
would
no-
like a 1-by-1 vote instead of a block vote.
Yeah,
I think we should have done that on the previous board, but
and speaking as the planning commissioner, there are 9 people there. When we take a step back and look at qualifications, and I'm not talking about DEI, we have 8 people serving there that are all male. I would like you guys to take a hard look at what you did. We have someone who is a lawyer, who is a female, who I think is more qualified than some of the people that you voted for. So I would like you to take a hard look at that. I would like to see a woman appointed who deserves the qualifications.
can we take a second round of straw
There's a
votes?
motion on the floor, Mr. Chairman, and we already voted.
There's been a motion and a second. You can, I want to provide commissioners an opportunity to do what they want to do. So once a motion has been made and seconded, the way to essentially derail that would be to put forward an unfriendly amendment. You can do that. Then it goes to a second. You need a second for an unfriendly amendment. And then it needs to be a majority rule to accept that unfriendly amendment, assuming that that's an option that's available at any time. If that's something you'd like to do. If not, we'll proceed with the motion as it stands right now.
My unfriendly amendment would be to swap out Nick Russo for Krista Edwards.
Okay.
Second.
There is a motion for an unfriendly amendment to change the original motion so that it reads,
I meant friendly, sorry.
well, okay, let me not speak for the person who made the motion. Commissioner Mood, you made the original motion to have the 3 names. Do you accept this amendment as a friendly amendment?
do.
You do. Mr. Stolliper, do you accept this?
No.
Mr. Stolliper does not, therefore it's an unfriendly amendment. So because it's an unfriendly amendment, we'll have to vote on that. The question is to amend the underlying motion from the 3 names, Garcia, Russo, Smith, and to change it to Garcia, Edwards, Smith. It's been moved and seconded. Now the debate is on the amendment to the underlying motion. Does everybody understand what we're debating?
The amendment to what I offered that was accepted by Mr. Commissioner Mood. Okay.
Right. So we're discussing changing the underlying motion to Garcia, Edwards, and Smith. Discussion.
I think speaking from purely expertise that we need on the commission and the lack of diversity that I see every day, I would like to put forward the more qualified person. If you have a list of people and you happen to have a woman that's more qualified than a man, they deserve to be on there.
Thank you. Other comments from the commission?
We've been appointing boards the same way since I've been on this commission. We've always opened it up for nominations. We open up nominations and then we vote on the members. We've already had that take place here today, and the cards fell where they fell. We have 4 people that voted for Mr. Garcia, 3 people voted for Mr. Smith, and 3 people voted for Mr. Russo. I don't know why we're trying to change something up. It's something we've been doing for a long time, and it was done very fairly the first round. And understand that you might not always get the persons you want on a board. I've been experienced that many times. So that's all I have to say.
Other comments? My comment is, I think Mr. Russo is highly qualified. I also think Ms. Edwards is qualified. I chose Mr. Russo. I've worked with him on the JCDA. I would also note his experience as a business owner, having to, as we say colloquially, jump through hoops to open a business in Jefferson County. We at the County Commission have asked our staff and the Planning Commission to come up with a process to streamline that onerous process in Jefferson County because we recognize it as a problem. And that's one of the reasons I thought Mr. Russo would be really excellent for the board. I did not consider the factors that Commissioner Keys has brought up, but I certainly recognize that they are important.
I believe Mr. Russo's skills are great for the GCDA, and that's not taking away from his qualifications on that board. This board is very specific, and there needs to be proficient expertise. So when they hit the ground running, they can be successful. And I truly believe Ms. Edwards has those qualifications, far superior than some of the other folks on that applied today.
Excellent. Further comments, questions? We have a motion to amend the underlying motion. The first motion was to to appoint Garcia, Russo, and Smith. Then there was an amendment. The amendment is to change that to Garcia, Edwards, and Smith. We're now about to vote on the amendment to change it to Garcia, Edwards, and Smith. Did everybody get what we're voting on? Okay. We've had sufficient discussion. Any more questions before we vote? All right. All those in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right. Roll call vote. Commissioner Heffesay.
Aye.
For the amendment, Heffesay votes aye. Commissioner Keys.
Aye.
Keys votes aye. Commissioner Mood.
Aye.
Mood votes aye. Motion carries. We'll continue with the roll call. Commissioner Stolliver. Nay. Commissioner Maggi votes nay. The amended motion, well, let the clerk record. You have multiple hats, right, County Administrator? The county clerk will, County Administrator will record that the commission, sorry, Jackie. The County Administrator will record that the commission has voted to amend the underlying motion. The amendment vote passed 3-2. You have all that?
Needs to be a vote on the underlying
All
motion.
right, just want to make sure you got that first. Now we'll go to the underlying motion. There is a motion to appoint Mr. Garcia, Ms. Edwards, Mr. Smith to the Jefferson County Planning Commission for 3-year terms ending March 31st, 2029. That is the amended motion. Discussion?
Yes, I'm going to be voting against this because we already took a roll call vote on the members. Mr. Russo received 3 votes. Ms. Edwards, I think they're both very qualified people, received 2. And to go back and change it at the end, I think it's unfair for Mr. Russo to do so. He clearly got 3 votes in the first round. I think if we want to do anything, we should just vote back over again. But I don't want to do that either because we already voted. So I'm going to be voting against this because I don't think it was done fairly. Like I said earlier, sometimes you get people on your boards that you like, and sometimes, there's just other qualified people, and there's just a matter of opinions too. So,
thank you.
And mine would support it because just additional information coming out that brought a different light to things.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Commissioner Mood.
Other points?
I know you like block votes, but I would like individual votes on the 3 applicants, one at a time instead of all 3 together.
Understood. Thank you. We had a couple of criticisms on process. I'll just state my view on the process. My top imperative with process is that we don't make any decisions through straw polls. That's technically illegal. So that's why I insist on motions. Of course, in the future, if we want to do motions for one at a time, that's something that we could do, and I'd be open to that. But I am going to insist while I'm sitting in the seat that we formalize actions through an official motion, and we have done that with a motion and an amendment. So any further discussion before we vote? Okay, the underlying motion is to appoint, the amended motion is to appoint Mr. Garcia, Ms. Edwards, and Mr. Smith to the Planning Commission for 3-year terms ending March 31st, 2029. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
no.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Heffesay.
Aye.
Commissioner Keys.
Aye.
Commissioner Mood,
Aye.
Commissioner Stolper.
No.
Commissioner Maggi votes aye. That passes 4-1. Did you get that, County Administrator? Okay, great. Do we have any other further business? I don't think we have any. I think we,
I
Yes.
do have one more thing.
okay. And do you need to executive session on that or should we?
I do not believe so. I think
Okay,
we-
please proceed, counsel. And if you could use the microphone, it's a little bit far.
I do not believe we require an executive session unless there's a lot of discussion or questions by the commission. As you know, that we are participants in variety of opioid litigation cases and that sort of thing. I was presented by our attorney with a document called Six Remnant Defendants Combined Subdivision Participation and Release Form. And essentially, there are big pieces of the opioid litigation and there are smaller pieces. And basically this, if you approve this, we will also participate in some of the smaller pieces as named in this form. I can hand you these documents. Essentially, if you want to be able to be eligible to receive the money that may be generated out of these cases, then you just need to approve and sign this form. And I'm bringing that to the commission for your decision.
Okay.
I'd hate to ask you to repeat that, but could you try to speak into the microphone in the
The-
future?
I'll try and summarize quickly. With the opioid legislation, there are many cases that come up. And in order to continue to participate as a county government, we need to authorize action to continue to participate. And our council is advising us to do that.
And this is specifically for some smaller pieces of litigation.
Okay, Chair would like to hear a motion to authorize the President of the Commission to sign the document Exhibit G as recommended by council to participate in opioid legislation, litigation as recommended by council. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Mood. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stolper. Discussion. Does anybody have questions for council about this?
Yes, and this comes from our opioid counsel, Mr. Skinner.
Okay. If there are no questions, let's go ahead and vote on whether or not we have the authority to sign this. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Excellent. I'll bring up a point that I should have raised during the county administrator's presentation. We went out of turn. County administrator, you have served with multiple roles recently. It's been very taxing. I'd like to express the sense of the commission that the county administrator should take a few days off in the next couple of weeks, if at all practicable. And if it's said with a smile and a joke, it may not happen. So I'm asking for an expression of the sense of the commission that we would encourage the county administrator to take a well-earned vacation. And is there any objection to that?
Absolutely not.
Seeing no objection, the commission orders you to take a vacation as practicable.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. That concludes our business for today.